report.
All right, so we'll call the planning board meeting to order. It's now 5:04 PM on Monday, September 23rd. All right, so we have first on the agenda.
We'll do the minutes.
You want to do the minutes? The minutes from Monday, September 9th, 2019.
On the front, do I have you listed as treasurer, or do I have Bob listed as treasurer? I just noticed in
We have Bob.
my... Okay, so that'll be one correction.
I'm good with the rest of it.
All set. Okay, so our motion to accept the minutes from September 9th, 2019.
That'll be you, Rob.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as written, with the exception of the, change the,
Oh, as amended?
as amended, yeah, for the treasurer.
I'll second.
Okay. So any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Sounding right along.
passed. There you go. Looks like we have
I did.
a bill from Turley Publications, Inc. for legal notice, public hearing zoning bylaws, 8/30/2019 and 9/6/2019. For a total sum of $258.13. There's a motion for the bill. Let's see it.
That's for this public hearing.
Yes.
Okay. If you want, I'll make a motion to approve invoice number 4898 dated 8/30/2019 for legal notice for this public hearing from Turley Publications.
For the amount of.
Oh, for the amount of $258.13.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Now, we're rolling along.
We do, we have a email, which is a request from the Friends of Granby Veterans. Dear Kathy, the Friends of Granby Veterans respectfully request an extension for the sign announcing the future location of the Granby Veterans Memorial located at 257 State Street. We anticipate a groundbreaking ceremony to occur on November 11th, 2019, and construction to start in late fall or early spring of 2020. At this time, we would like to request an extension until April 1st, 2020.
We will probably
We'll
have to postpone that
I'll recuse
because,
myself.
Right, so we'll
Yeah.
wait.
Yep.
Okay.
now, the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission contract, we voted on July 8th to sign it, and I thought you had signed it. I'm pretty sure you had some, but I don't have a copy.
Oh, you did?
But Chris still had to, I got it, my right wording here. He still has to certify that there are funds available.
Right.
And it seems to be lost up there. And Chris hasn't been in since Ken had asked, did you see it anywhere? So my question is, do you want to sign another one, or do you want to wait until, I don't know when Chris is supposed to be coming back?
Well, it's just think to wait till Chris comes back, if need be. I mean, the board's already approved it. We'll just have to go back and reference the minutes when it was approved.
Okay, but technically Ken can't do anything for us until his contract is signed.
Well, it's been signed. I signed it.
But they don't, it has to be countersigned by Pioneer Valley, and
Right.
it can't be countersigned until Chris certifies the money's there.
I understand that, but by me signing this isn't gonna move it along like what?
No, no, it's not, but I was gonna try and catch Chris tomorrow, assuming he's in. Do you know if he's out
I
already?
don't know.
Okay.
So just, well, I guess based on if he doesn't have it, then you have that signed copy in your hand. Maybe think.
Right, that's,
Okay, that makes sense.
and I can let you, either that, or I can let you know after I finally catch up with him, and you could stop
I
by
can stop by and sign it, because I like to,
if it's not signed.
right, if it's not signed, and we go back to the minutes when it was approved, that's the date it should be
Okay.
dated as approved and signed.
Does that work for you?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, let me.
Chris did mention at the select board meeting that they will need a warrant from
From us,
us for the town meeting.
which Ken has already prepared based
Good
on.
job, Ken.
Well, he did that when he did everything else.
Right.
But the question is, are there going to be any changes after tonight?
Well, you're right. So that's kind of why, yeah.
Okay.
And the public hearing, or the special town meeting's been, it's not going to be October 15th,
Right, it's the October 28th,
which is 2 weeks later.
right. So if any, I would think if any changes are made after tonight, we'll probably meet sooner than later to, because those changes would have to reflect the new warrant, or the warrant itself.
Right, so we would have to vote on the changes, but if there are no changes, then,
So we can move forward.
yeah.
What was the reason for the pushing it out 2 weeks?
Because they need a warrant from us to proceed for the town meeting.
And I think you're also adding a couple more articles to that meeting. It isn't just.
There was some other things we'd added to it.
I think if you want, you can keep those accounting sheets instead of, because Jim's not gonna care.
Yeah.
Those over there.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Um,
I just sat here too.
No, I think they're both
The
yours.
accounting sheets?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did Kathy send them to you, or
No, I think the both
Here.
copies are few.
Both copies, yeah, same.
are
Are they
they?
the same?
Are they the same? Or are they 2 pages?
No,
Looks like
they're the
it's
same.
Yep.
Page 24, page 24.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're the same.
Passing behind your back. So, yeah, if you can make heads or tails of this, because we're making decisions based on, we don't know what our budget is, what we've got in there.
If there's any questions, just reach out to Chris.
Yeah, yeah, or I can stop by. I know Kathy said I could stop by and speak to her.
Because Kathy, yeah, she can walk you through it too.
This is a piece of correspondence, if you want to do that.
This is there from PVPC, Pioneer Valley Planning Commission. Let's see it here. It's dated September 17th, 2019. The Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, PVPC, has recently updated Historic District Commission appeals process in accordance with the Mass General Law. As the PVPC Historic Preservation Planner, I'm his designated reviewer for these types of appeals and our agency municipality partners. Mass General Law, Chapter 40C, Section 12 states that a city or town may provide an its ordinance or bylaw or in any other amendment thereof, for a review procedure whereby any person aggrieved by determination of the commission may, with 20 days after filing a notice of such determination with the city or town clerk, file a written request with the commission for a review by a person or persons of the competency and experience in such matters, designated by a regional planning agency of which the city or town is a member. If the city or town is not a member of the regional planning agency, the Department of Community Affairs shall select the appropriate regional planning agency. The finding of the person or persons making such review shall be filed in the city or town clerk within 45 days after the request, and shall be binding on an applicant and commission unless further appeal is sought in a superior court or provided in section 12A. The PVPC updated request for review from a form includes information on the background of the law, details about initiating the process, and the cost of the filing fee and applicant, a butter or other aggrieved party. I have attached a copy of this letter. It is also available through the PVPC website or in a hard copy at our office at 60 Congress Street, Springfield, Mass. Please do not hesitate to contact me. Have any questions? Sincerely, Shannon Walsh. There's a letter. And that's basically, that has the same thing. It talks about the state law, Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 12.
So they've changed the appeals process, updated?
That's what it sounds like. They changed the appeal process. That's good to know.
Appeal process.
I expect because he's not on the website, the new change, so.
So this is for anybody who doesn't like a decision that's made
Yes.
by the Historic District Commission. You want to see this, Rob?
Please.
Hurry up and wait stage. Kathy sent that to me saying that she understood it as it was meant for tonight's meeting. You know, it's addressed to the select board.
Yes. Yeah.
I have other copies here. Want me to just pass those out in anticipation?
I don't think this is the one, no, it was actually a woman that contacted me in regards with this. This is something different.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought Kathy thought this was the one that you were contacted about.
Yeah, she thought it was, but I'm reading it, it was a woman that contacted me.
Maybe his wife?
Could be. But I mean, it fits into what we're,
Yeah, when we
yeah.
do the public hearing.
Mhm.
I don't think you need I got in without a password, so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we're gonna read this letter later, once the 5:30?
Eventually, I guess,
Yeah.
just checking to see if Jim sent an email or anything. No email.
All right, bye.
Yeah, that area over there kind of rolls backwards.
This is the one that you have.
Yes, it tends to roll back.
You need to like tie something to keep him there.
Need a little bungee cord or something to keep me up to the table. And you have the notice to read on the agenda. But you're gonna read this one here,
Hmm?
this one from the
Yeah,
agenda.
yeah, I'm just reading over that. Yeah, I can't really read all this.
So we have to decide if we're meeting, our next meeting would be the 14th, which is a
Holiday.
holiday, and the 15th, the upstairs isn't available, I would assume, because that's the conservation. So, Rob, our next meeting is October 14th, which is a holiday. So we were going, the 15th, we would not have the upstairs because conservation has it.
When are minutes actually? Never mind. Scratch that. I'm looking at the wrong one.
All right, so,
Unless we met here, I don't know if this is available.
I don't know. Hey, Jim,
Sorry, I'm late.
we're just waiting for 5:30.
you want the end or you want?
It's up to you.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out the next meeting date for our meeting.
For a regular meeting?
Right, because it would normally be the 14th,
Yeah.
that's a holiday. And the special town meeting is postponed to the 28th, not the 15th, like we had.
Okay.
So, but the 15th is a Tuesday, and we would not have the upstairs. Glenn was just asking if he wondered if this was available.
Well, what do you think we're gonna have to,
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think originally we were just gonna go out to the 28th, but now at the town meeting is scheduled for the 28th. I mean, we wouldn't meet again until November. Until November 4th. Actually, no,
After that,
it'll be in November 11th, which is
another holiday.
another holiday. So at this rate, it'll be like the end of November.
well, we can't go that long.
No.
I mean, we could, but we shouldn't. So the 14th is a holiday. And you guys are meeting on the 15th?
Well, that's not saying we are.
No, that's when we had scheduled the
Right.
special town meeting. The select board changed it to October 28th. Because it's gonna be more than just the solar bylaw revisions now, so they moved it along. So if we meet the 15th, that week of the 14th, if we meet the 15th, we'd have to be downstairs, because conservation is upstairs.
Or we could just meet.
Or we could ask
Downstairs.
if this is available.
We should probably meet on the 15th, the middle of the month, because there may not be another meeting that month.
Right.
Okay, and
Schedule it wherever.
Rob, you said that the Veterans Memorial Project, they wanted to meet on the 28th, but that's now,
That's now, right.
but not before, could they meet before that, or?
Yeah, I'll see you at the 15th. It's, you know, it's gotta get the plans,
But they,
signed off.
yeah,
And you guys wanna see the plans signed off?
Yeah.
yes?
I don't think that needs to be a public hearing on that one.
No.
There should be. So they need time to advertise.
I forgot now what the deal was with that.
If it's just a wall, it's like a stone wall, right? So it would be, I mean, we
What
have
hap-
already have a stone
What
wall.
happened to the original site plan that you guys proposed? Was that one already approved?
We're
No,
working off the same one you guys looked at about, what, 2 or 3 months ago?
No,
Yeah,
was it-
no, it
was
wasn't.
that a formal meeting that we had?
it was a formal meeting, but it didn't have all of the numbers in it. It wasn't a full plan like it should be.
Right, we're
It
gonna have
was
a
just like an artist drawing.
Yeah, we're gonna have a signed copy by the architect.
Yeah.
Design, very soon, next week or two. It's the same plans you guys looked at, I don't know if you looked at them like 2 or 3 months ago,
Yeah.
4 months ago, when was that? Yeah,
Oh, wow,
it's in the springtime?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing's changed since then, we're just,
I thought it was just a site plan approval, and I thought somebody threw a wrench into it and said it needed a special permit.
I don't know why it would, because it's not in the historic district.
That doesn't mean,
It's gonna make it outside of there, and it's considered just a stone wall, right? Wouldn't be considered a sign?
I'm good with it,
You're good with what?
just a site plan approval.
But so they have the paperwork almost ready.
Right, so was that it? They
We're
were
just
considering
trying to
it
figure
a
out what
sign,
meeting they
maybe?
can go to.
No?
No, it wasn't a sign.
the letters
It's not
went
a
out to the
sign.
voters today, or,
I don't,
yeah, I believe so, so.
Kathy would know that.
No, that would constitute a
Public
Public
hearing.
hearing, no.
public hearing.
And then you need 2 weeks
That's right.
notice on that, so.
So it is a special permit.
She would have to put the date on it, though.
I thought it was a stretch, but that's what it is.
Mm.
That was
What did she put down for a date?
our other consultant. Maybe
I didn't see it.
this new consultant has a different perspective on it.
Regarding whether or not you needed to,
A special permit.
I would have to look at the zoning bylaw and I guess what your determination in
Is it a
regards to.
sign or is it a,
Right.
is it a stone wall? Is it considered a sign if it's got names on it, right?
It's
The
gonna
wall?
be, right, it's gonna be a stone wall, for sure.
Yeah, but there was parking, there was
Yes.
lighting, there
Yes.
was, you
Yep.
know, that kind of
Definitely a
stuff.
site plan approval.
Yeah, definitely a site plan, whether or not you would require a special permit.
I didn't think so.
Depends on what it's,
Who was the other guy?
what it's
Bill.
categorized as.
Right.
So, for some reason.
And
But it's
something-
not, I get it, it's a nonprofit, but it's on municipal property. So why would they need that? Take a look at it, I say just a site plan approval.
Not a special permit. It depends on, yeah, what it's classified as. But you're saying just the fact that it's on municipal land narrows it down even further.
Yeah, you can pretty much do what
You
you
could,
want.
you could also suggest that it could be a municipal use, and I don't know if your zoning bylaws, requires any sort of approval by the town boards.
No, because we eliminated municipal zoning
Okay.
because,
So your zoning bylaw or your map then designated where in town you had the municipal district? Is that,
no, it was
No,
eliminated
not at
because,
all. Yeah.
because a municipal building or facility can go anywhere in town.
okay. I see. Without any sort of approval by the planning board?
No, it still requires site plan.
Okay. Yeah, so then I guess the argument could be made, if this specific type of use would be a municipal use, if it like, especially if it's connected to some sort of veterans park. Is it like a recreation department?
No,
No?
the veterans will be taking care, friends of the veterans will be taking
Yes.
care of the whole
Okay.
thing afterwards, after it's built and all that.
Okay. Yeah,
So it's not really a town department.
yeah, it's not really a town use.
Well, it's
Well,
no,
it is a
it's,
town use, yeah.
I think it is, because it's no
Yeah.
different than Dufrane's Park. It's governed under the select board, but they have a committee or, that oversees it, and anything that's done on that has to be approved by the select board as well, because it's, even though it's a nonprofit, they're using, so I would say it's site plan approval. There's no zoning issues, there's no, double check it, but that's the way I would think.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of hearing, I think, site plan approval probably is the most appropriate route, which wouldn't require a public hearing. And
Need a
So do we
motion.
wanna put them on for the 15th? If they're ready, they'll come on the 15th. If not, they'll have to wait another 2 weeks
Yeah,
or possibly
although,
4.
if it's gotta be, the question is, does it have to be a public hearing?
Right,
Right.
Well, he's gonna double check on it,
Right.
and he can get back to you before the 15th, obviously, and if it doesn't need to be, we'll stay with the 15th. If it has to be, then we'll have to
We'll
But if
schedule
back
Kathy
the
sent
bus up.
the notices out to the abutters, there's gotta be a public hearing. Yeah,
That may be her interpretation of what was said when Bill was here.
okay. Okay,
All right.
so
So
we need a
we
motion to close the regular meeting.
yeah, so we'll table that for now. Is there a motion to close our regular meeting and open the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the regular planning board meeting and open the public hearing.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now it's 5:32. The planning board will open the scheduled 5:30 public hearing. Chapter 48, Section 5, and Chapter 41, Section 81Q, and the bylaws of the town of Granby will hold a public hearing on September 23rd, 2019 at 5:30 PM at 10B West State Street to present and discuss the proposed amendments to the bylaws for the town of Granby, Volume 3, Chapter 21, zoning bylaws. The subject matters are proposed amendments and are as follows. The zoning bylaw. Amend Section 5.99 large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installations, subsection 5.99.1, purpose by adding 5.991.c, term of permit. Number 2, amend Section 5.99 large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installations, subsection 5.99.3, general siting standards, subsection B, setbacks, renaming subsection distance requirements, and adding the distance requirements for solar development from the lot line. Number 3, amend section 5.99, large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installations, subsection 5.99.11, monitoring and maintenance by adding subsection B, inspections. Anyone wishing information and/or be heard on the matter should appear at the time and place as designated. The complete text relative to the purpose, proposed amendments is available in inspection during regular business hours at the Senior Center, second floor, 10B West State Street, Granby, Mass., and the Town of Granby website, www.granby.mass.gov. Okay. Well, welcome all. I will ask, we're going to get into the public hearing. If you wish to speak, I would ask that you state your name and your address before speaking. And I will go around, and I would ask if you do raise your hand, I'll call upon you to address the board.
Make sure they signed it.
Yes, and also if you're going to speak, please make sure you signed in on the table up in the front there. There's also a handout in regards to the zoning bylaw amendments. Okay. But with that said, we'll open it up to the public at this time. Anybody have any questions?
Leanne Nisla, 74 Kendall Street. Do you have anything in here about restricting the clear cutting of forestry?
We do not.
I think that was something that was important because of the habitat of the animals and the carbon that the trees produce.
That was something the board had discussed as far as clear cutting. Some of the concerns the board had at the time when it came up is we do allow clear cutting for other things, such as like a subdivision, in particular for one.
Can you limit the clear cutting, the acreage? Maybe you want to look at that for subdivisions too, I don't know.
That's, I mean, what does the board think?
I can certainly take a look at
Yeah.
it. What we did propose is that the clear cutting would have to be done in phases, and it would have to be populated in phases, if I'm remembering this correctly, populated in phases. So in other words, if you were proposing say a 20-acre project, we would only allow a portion of that to be clear cut, and then the photovoltaic panels would have to be installed, and then before they could continue on to a second phase, so that we'd be assured that they wouldn't just clear cut 20 acres and then something would go Dixie on the project and the clear cutting would happen and the project wouldn't come to, what's that?
I don't see it in here. I think we talked about it.
We talked about it.
But I don't think we included it.
And that was one of the things we said we'd bring up during the hearing, to see what kind of feedback we've gotten with that, if I'm not mistaken, so that we could include it at a later date if we felt that was something that the public had concerns with.
Are you talking about like limiting the size or the amount of clear cutting? I mean, certain portions, a certain percentage? If someone has I guess an example is a 10-acre lot. Are you talking about like a percentage of the lot? I mean, what are you referencing as far as what could be clear cutting and what can't be? The amounts?
It should be limited, I think, to the acreage, because it's going to have an impact on, there's a spider, an impact on the habitat.
Well, what are your suggestions? I mean, this is what this meeting's all about, to hear what the input is, and if you have any thoughts,
Well, if you're talking 20 acres of woodlands, it should be limited to half of that, if that.
So with that said, so if someone had a 5-acre lot, we have to have a bylaw for if that's something we're gonna put in where it's gotta meet like a certain, it's 10% or 15% or 20% of the lot size or the acreage that's being used.
I'm not sure what other towns have recommended, I would have to look. I know that there have been some recommendations from other towns, but yeah, a percentage that would help to preserve our land and the rural habitat that we all enjoy.
Belchertown's got it as greater than 10 acres of clearing.
And you are?
What is it?
Belchertown's solar bylaws, they limited it at 10 acres of clearing.
So, going by that, if I understand it correctly, so if someone has a 10-acre lot and they're gonna put up solar, they can clear all 10 acres.
Yep.
Okay. That's what Belchertown has?
What's the average acreage for a large scale?
It could go, I've seen,
The minimum, in order, the threshold to be a large scale ground mounted, that falls under the site plan
mhm.
for the kilowatts, how many acres is that?
Well, according to your bylaw, under lot requirements, you require that any large-scale ground-mounted solar PV installation shall be permitted on parcels larger than 2 acres, located within those 3 zones, the residential, industrial, and industrial 2 zonings districts. I've seen large scale, and the towns that I've worked with are, having to interact with and oversee permitting processes for solar development anywhere from 15 acres to 50. So, it does run in a various range depending on the site itself, usually, as well as how the solar developer kind of interacts with the incentives that the state is providing through the SMART program. But I've seen plans anywhere from 15 to 50 for solar development.
So basically, you're saying that the smallest large-scale ground mount's gonna take up at least 15 acres?
Yeah, that's what I've seen, as far as, these large solar fields. It's not to say that they may be able to work, within a site that's smaller, and try to work through that, but in my experience in interacting with solar development projects, I've seen from and 15 being on the small end and up to 50 on the large end.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with this. So if we eliminate 10 acres, that eliminates large-scale ground-mounted systems.
Are you talking a town the size of Granby, or are you talking
Smaller.
smaller than Granby? Yeah.
We need to, we got a couple of hands here.
Oh,
They
okay.
need to make sure they say
Well,
who they
we'll start
are.
over here.
Eric, we still, 50 Kendall Street. So I guess the question on that is a large mounted solar field, or solar field is considered 250 kilowatts or greater as far as what they're developing. So I don't know, like how much acreage does it take to develop that amount of energy right now? I mean, that's probably what your minimum field size is, but I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't really know the answer to that.
And that'd be probably something we can look into, but I mean, I would think, and this is just an assumption, that, 5 years ago, it took more land to have a 250 kilowatt
Yeah.
versus now,
Right.
just by the basis,
They're more efficient.
they're much more efficient. I mean, we've seen this over the time frame that the panels have gotten smaller, and panels track now and stuff like that to be more efficient. So
So we need to look into the minimum size?
well,
No, I was just trying,
no.
if you don't mind, I was just trying to make a point. If we're saying you can't clear cut more than 10 acres,
Mm-hmm.
and it takes 15 acres for a small,
For large?
But, yeah, for a
For a
large.
small, large.
For a small, large scale ground-mounted facility, then we're basically, we're not allowing them if you're doing that.
What about open land? Open acreage? Not forestry.
Well, that's pretty much mostly what Granby is right now, with that. Up until the last, I don't know, last 50 years, even the site above your, up on Kendall Street there, that proposed site was 30 acres, I think. It's wooded now, but
What about the site off
There's
of
some
School
old
Street?
trees there.
All right, if you're gonna ask questions, I do ask that, so we can, because I know there's people over here that wanna ask questions too, so I don't wanna get sidetracked, I wanna be fair to everybody. So, Mr. Shalhoub?
Yes, Joe Shalhoub, 140 School Street, Granby. One, I saw a couple of handouts back here, one with pages of recommendations for bylaws. Is that part of the official record for this meeting, or is that something else? If not, I'd like to submit it as part of the official record of the meeting. Because
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's already been submitted to the
the planning board.
the planning board.
And I watched one of the videos, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, beginning of September, of your meetings.
Yep.
And the recommendation was at that time that they didn't want to discuss these recommendations, and that if anyone wanted to bring them forward during the public hearing, that would be the appropriate venue. So if those are not considered part of your official record of recommendations, I would like to request that they be included as such at this meeting. And because there are pages in there that talk about what other towns have done as far as acreage.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, my printout didn't come up, I printed out the town's website. Mine didn't come out with page numbers, but it talks about a recommendation of any solar installation greater than 15 acres would require a zoning board of appeals variance. And that was, it's under the general solar requirements, one of two. But I guess what I'm saying is that I think these came from, based on what I heard, from several towns. And you said other towns that had other.
It actually came, it came from Jay Joyce as the chairman of the Energy Committee.
Right,
He
but I
submitted
understood
it.
from the discussion that had come from prior bylaws from other towns, 3 or 4 other towns that they had looked through and come up with what they thought might be the better recommendations from those various bylaws.
Right.
So, once again, I think you discussed that at a select board meeting as well, the background on this.
Possible, yeah, it did come up and it was
I know I heard
presented. It was presented to the, at a planning board meeting as well. If you wish to, make it official and present it, but we do have it, because it's part
Yeah,
of the
that's
meeting.
why I saw it back here,
Yeah.
so I didn't know if it was part of your official meeting records.
Right, and that's something that the board will look at and review, again, to see if it's appropriate for our town.
Right, and I know
As
you
well.
said then you'd already pretty much gone through that process, and you really didn't want to go back and look at these. I know time's getting very short now, so you really didn't go back and look at these and still get it to the town meeting at
Right.
the end of October, if you gotta change any of your proposed
Right,
articles.
yeah, if I remember correctly, the meeting that you're referencing, we have already came up with recommendations based on, prior meetings that we've discussed things and stuff like this. This information came after all our discussion and things like that, so.
And I had some other questions too, but I'll let somebody else
Okay.
know.
Did you want to speak, sir?
Chip Sapowski, 128 School Street. I'm interested in the bylaws and what's actually written for the bylaws for solar fields and access to them over other people's property. I'm referring to the solar field that's proposed off of School Street in the open field of 33 acres. The only access to that is over my property. There is a deed, but it was done for residential, not commercial, not industrial, and not this.
What one on School Street?
Yeah.
I don't know if I understand the question. So someone has an easement through your property to access the back property?
I'm referring to Dick Mercer's old house, the field, it's 33 acres. There's a proposed solar field for that. Access to it is over my property. And I want to know what the bylaws are for them getting access over somebody else's property.
Okay.
It is deeded to them, but it's for residential.
Okay, so that's kind of out of
Yeah.
our jurisdiction.
Well, you're,
We deal with
Bylaws.
zoning, not legal easements and what the easement was originally signed off for. So if it was, if for some reason there's something in there that says it can only be to access your property for agricultural, then that would be up to you to bring that to the party and have some sort of a civil suit on that. That would have nothing to do with the town.
but it wouldn't come under the bylaws
No,
for the
no,
zoning,
no.
for access to, one of the stipulations for a solar field?
They would have to prove to-
Clear access to it?
They would have to prove to us that they have legal access to
Right.
it. But that would be,
But
as far as what
I'm
their
getting at,
easement,
could it be put into the town bylaws that these solar fields need a clear access to it? Any future solar field?
Well, they have to have access to it. They have to show when they have a site plan, they have to show us that they have access to it. So if so, and it's just, as Jim said, it's outside our purview, but if you have an easement and then, you know, without seeing what that is, that, you know, someone may have property and they may allow someone to access that area from their property, so yes, they're okay with it. But again, we need to, when it comes in front of us as a planning board,
I understand.
so,
I understand that. So would it be under your jurisdiction in the future to make sure that these companies have clear access to these lots?
well, it's under our jurisdiction now, when we do the site plan approval. And like I said, you know, if,
So they don't, this company, I hate I know you're doing a general thing, to
yeah,
go after one site, but no one has clear access to this property.
right, so that,
That,
right, and going back to what Mr. Tropke had spoke to too, it's based on what, you know, we don't know what your easement is. Anytime someone, that does come in front of the planning board, they have to show us that they have access to the property that they're, you know, that they're wishing to build a solar farm on.
Is this one that's
Sorry.
already built?
no.
No,
Because it didn't come before the board.
nothing's come to the board yet, so,
The people have taken due diligence money on the solar field, it's working its way up.
so you'd have to look at what your easement is and what it allows and what it permits, and then
Okay.
if you disagree with them, then you have to
Could
disagree with
put
them.
something into the bylaws now,
it's already, that's what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
It's already in place. When they present to the planning board their site plan, they have to prove to us that they have legal access for the farm the solar farm to operate, for emergency vehicles, for maintenance vehicles.
What's the access, 150 feet?
okay, so what is legal access?
Yeah, it's well, the front is.
Frontage?
Yeah.
They
150
they have to
feet
show that they can
frontage.
access the property. So basically, when we get these, we send them out to department heads, highway department, police, and fire to make sure that they can access the property for emergency response. And we try to make sure that they can get the equipment in and out of there, not only to construct the project, but to get in there and maintain it. So as far as having legal access, they just have to prove to us that they have legal access.
Okay, so what is on the town bylaws now for a legal access for your eyes, through your eyes?
Well, they just have to prove that they can get these vehicles in and out of there. Could be 30 feet, could be 40 feet. In one case, they had access, but we weren't happy with the slope of access. We had them make some adjustments to that. They have to prove they have legal access, but we have leeway on what type of access it is as far as what type of vehicles they need to get in there.
So here it says the minimum of 150 feet.
On what?
On structures other than dwellings, your table for frontage requirements?
Yeah, that's dwellings.
Other than dwellings, structures other than dwellings, 150 frontage requirement.
No, I'd have to look at that because
That's
you can have an estate lot with only 40 feet of frontage.
This is from your bylaw.
I'm
The
sorry.
table- This is from your bylaw.
Yeah, it's on the last page. Last page. Residential 150.
So large is 100 feet.
What's that?
Large is 100 feet according to what we're proposing. Right?
Yes, this was the amendment, the proposed amendment in regards to how you're measuring.
Setbacks.
Correct. So this is what this chart is stating.
This is our recommendation.
That's correct.
Right.
So,
But other than that, it goes with it was just what's in the chart.
correct. So
Before.
depending on the zoning district, you were observing the zoning bylaw for, for any structure other than dwellings is what, the large scale.
Right.
Solar would apply to. So if you were in the industrial 1 zone, you would require a front yard of 40 feet. Whereas now, you are requiring, or your proposal suggests 100 feet.
Well, the frontage is 150,
Frontage, yes.
okay.
This is
But
specific
we're
to,
proposing 100. So you're in a residential area right now. So if I'm reading this chart right, it's 150 minimum, 150 feet frontage.
It's not 150 feet, 40 foot from the state lot.
So 40 from the front yard, 40 from the side yard, 20 from the rear.
No, this is not.
That's the way it currently is now, Jim. But then we have the little note down the bottom, the proposed addition there. Of 100 feet instead of 150.
that's specific to, that's not the frontage, not the same as frontage.
Right, but I
That's
thought there was
specific
something
to-
separate for actual,
Yeah, if you go,
solar farms. Because
you-
that's, I mean, solar farms aren't allowed in general business and things like that, so, it doesn't really apply.
yes, so, you're right. The note suggests that you go to section 5.99. So if you were to come across this chart, and you have the 3 asterisks as provided for in structures other than dwellings, this talks about where you have large-scale ground-mounted solar installations, those are applicable there. However, in your bylaw, under lot requirements, you require that solar is allowed on parcels larger than 2 acres in the residential district, residential single-family, industrial, and industrial 2.
And then the next paragraph has the distance requirement.
Correct.
That's for large solar.
Yes,
Yes.
which is what you're asking about, is the
Right.
large solar. So are we all confused now?
No, it's going back to his question, all depends on what that information says and, then, by, if there's an easement, whatever that property says.
What is a
Can't we
solar field zoned as? Is it commercial, is it industrial, residential?
It's residential.
A solar field is residential,
They're allowed to be in residential.
because there's 3 other people that land, their access goes over. They're not happy about that, and I also border it by 300 feet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, and I can't speak to that. I mean, is all, I can go back to what we said previously, is that they need to provide, they have legal access to that property, and it needs to meet the requirements. So, I mean,
Can we,
look, I can't go through a hypothetical what may or may not be. I don't know what property it is or anything.
change the bylaws to state that they need to own the land to the road front?
I don't know if we can do that legally, can we?
Because
Yeah,
owning it, an easement is
right.
a legal term for having
Right.
access, which they own it, basically.
Right.
Right. So that wouldn't be anything we could put in to the bylaws.
And I'll give you,
Why not?
because I'll give you a hypothetical. You have someone who owns, you have family members that own 2 houses next to each other. And part of it is, it's deeded that the one area is an easement to the back lot. Or say that back area has 20 acres.
I'm not talking easements now, we're talking owning the property.
Okay, so, but an easement is a legal way as how they allow people to do it. So that's I'm going back to,
We're
so,
not talking easements now, we're talking owning the property that connects to the solar field.
right. But I don't know if legally we could actually put that in a bylaw, because people, by law, you're allowed to have an easement to get to property. So if someone's willing to say, yes, you can have that easement to get to my property, that's a legal term from the, to say, yes, you can do that.
Well, I've been in this town 56 years, and you know what? Bylaws have changed all the time.
I'm not saying that,
Never works for the worse.
but again, so if something we do,
No.
it needs to be legal that it's allowed to be done. And then obviously any changes that we submit and recommend and the town approve goes to the Attorney General to be reviewed and signed off on. Because at their last check is to make sure everything that's appropriate. And it also goes to town council as well, prior to going to the Attorney General's office, again, to kind of look at making sure anything is allowed to do that or not. I mean, that's a question that can be asked. You know, is that something, you know, that the property has to be owned? I mean, that's something that can be proposed to our, you know, town council. Again, that's something that the board can look at as a recommendation. But again, you know, we can't just put stuff into it knowing that it's against the law, you can't do that. You know, and I don't have a law degree, so I can't speak to that, and that's why we have a town council that's gonna look at things before it goes off to the Attorney General's office to make sure that, you know, what we're submitting is appropriate. And not to say that the Attorney General's office will even, you know, prove some things, because I've seen where they'll, you know, they've kicked it back and said, you can't do this, you can't do that. The Attorney General's office has the final say, unless we wanted to, you know, appeal a decision or something
So
like
it
that.
can be a recommendation, is what you're saying.
If we contact our town council, and that's something that he feels is allowed to do, that's something the board can look at as a recommendation.
Okay, how would you
Yeah.
go about doing that?
We'd have to contact the town council and ask, is that something, you know, before we can go down that road, I'd rather know up front whether or not that's something even
What do you look?
considered, that we can
I
even
have it
consider.
electronically. I have the bylaws electronically. Did you, what were you looking for?
Yeah, all the frontages and setbacks, the whole table.
Oh, so that would, you want the new one, the latest one?
Existing.
You want? Yeah, because we didn't change anything on that.
Correct.
How can I follow up on this question or the recommendation?
We can submit a question to town council in regards to it, so you're basically asking as if, the property has to be owned by whoever owns the land in the back. And then again, the requirement then comes to whether or not, well, And again, and I don't know, I'm just hypothetical saying, well, you can't do it for one, and you can't say you can do it for this, but you can't do it for something else.
I'm not saying that, I'm saying, what, make a recommendation that the solar fields or companies need to own the land to road front.
You just did. And I'm gonna have, yes, you just did, that's,
Who would I stay in touch with?
you can contact me as the chair of the planning board. You can come back to one of our other meetings, and I'll follow up with our town council to find out if that's something that's legally we can do. Like I said, because now you are, I don't know if technically you can pick and choose what you can say you can have,
I'm not sure if that's right.
that property back there. Well, that person can say, well, I can use it for farming, but I can't use it for a solar field.
This is also an agricultural farm, and I think they have.
No, but I'm just giving examples. I'm not giving hypothetical examples. That's all these are. There's nothing factual about it, so. But I will follow up with the town council requesting to find out if that is something that is permitted.
If what is?
That the land access to the solar field has to be owned by the person that is putting the land there, which I mean, it's a sticky situation, because as I said, I may have a property here, and I own 6 acres, and my neighbor owns 2 acres in the front, but behind he owns 50 acres. He could be willing to say to me, well, if you're willing to give this company access so they can build a solar back there, I can compensate you. So now technically, it's not owned by him, or I can turn around and say, well, I can turn around and sell you that piece of property to you. Now you own it.
Or not?
They're
Or not,
actually
right.
buying this land, they're not leasing it, they're buying the land where this solar farm is proposed to go.
Again, these are all, without actually having all the information. But in regards to your question, I can propose that to our town council and get feedback from him, whether or not, something.
Who's town council?
Town council is Brian O'Toole out of South Hadley. Eric?
So Eric Weasel, 50 Kendall Street. I think most of my concern is with the distance requirements. In general, I don't think they're adequate. I mean, I think when you're talking 50 feet, you're talking less than 20 yards in a football field. And to have an acre or more of a solar field 50 feet from somebody's property line, I don't think it's protecting of others. And I think it's important to also include a distance requirement from an existing residence, and that's not addressed in there. And I think it's gotta be pretty significant too. I think it's gonna be 250 feet or more. I mean, when you get outside and walk 50 feet, you're not going far. And I think another area you might wanna consider in looking at some of the other towns is some sort of requirements for visibility buffers.
The screening.
Yeah.
And we do that when it comes to site plan. That's all taken into consideration as far as site plan.
Bylaws, like some of the towns have it in their bylaws.
Right.
But I mean, the main point is, I don't think your distances are enough, and you don't have anything in there from an existing residence.
Oh, I thought we had 50 feet, right? From property line?
Mm-hmm.
It's all from a property line.
Yeah.
Well, we did that from property line, I think we had to discuss it too, versus doing something from someone's house. Because the property line actually gave it, instead of saying 1,000 feet from someone's house or dwelling, I think we went for the property line, because your property line could be, 500, it could be 1,000 feet off the back of your house. And now, then that's additional from there. So we're
Yeah, but
kind
you
of,
also have the incidents where it's only 50 feet off the back of the house, and then you're only talking 100 feet from that. So you're talking solar panels, solar fields, 150 feet from somebody's back door. And I think you want to give a barrier, and, you know, when it's not appropriate or when you're not affecting somebody's residence, then you can move it in. But I mean, as an abutter,
and I,
it's definitely going
Yeah.
to increase my, or decrease my property value.
and I know we looked at, I guess we looked at some of the lots that could be like 200 feet wide, and are, they're 200 feet wide, and they're, I don't know, 2,000 feet long or something like that. Someone has like a more of a rectangular shaped lot, where that would actually kind of eliminate them from doing that.
Well, some places should be eliminated.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing about having regulations. There are places where they shouldn't go.
But we also want to, we're trying to do it too, we're trying to be fair to everybody in town too.
Yeah, but then you're talking hypothetically again, that, well, if it's only a 250-foot swatch,
Yep.
half a mile long, well, but you still have abutters along that half a mile that are gonna be affected, and maybe that's not the place for a solar panel. Solar field.
So what would be some of the recommendations as far as a distance?
I think it's gotta be at least 250 feet from somebody's house. And then I think you have to do some sort of recommendations as far as buffering.
You're talking 250 all the way around?
From somebody's house. Yeah.
And you could put a property line in there as well.
Well, and my other question is with the frontage, only 100 feet, so if somebody's got access to the street, that's 200 feet, then the lot opens up and they have a solar field there, what's their frontage? Is it to the street, or is it to the back of somebody's property line?
It's actually frontage to the street, right?
So in that case, they can build it right up to the back of somebody's property line.
Well, I would think if we're gonna allow them, that's what we want them to do.
Right up
We
to
want
size.
Do you want somebody?
No, we'd want them in the back.
But yeah, but if somebody, there's a house in front of that person's not gonna look it up.
I understand that, but I think what we're trying to say is, if they've got 40 feet or 150 feet of frontage, and the land opens up in the back, that would be the area we would prefer,
So how are you protecting that house in front then, in that case?
with what we have for setbacks and screening in place today.
It's not enough.
So what's the setback to the frontage then? Or to that house?
We don't have the frontage on here.
It would be the 50 feet.
That's not.
No, that's,
That's not even what it says in the bylaw though. It says 100 feet of frontage, and that lot opens up, then, so they, going by the wording now, they could build right up to that property line.
so if I may.
That's why we're making recommendations to change it though.
Your amendment that you worked through was specific to distances from where a solar field would start to the property line, not the frontage. Frontage is basically the width, the requirement of how you can develop in town. So if they were able to, in a industrial zone, demonstrate that they had 150 feet of frontage to the right-of-way, presumably, and everything else worked, they would be able to develop that. So if you were to, the board probably, and I'm not privy to the proceeding, but if the board were to examine a application that came in that kind of looked like a pork chop, I think that is what you were describing as far as having someone's parcel in the front, an abutters parcel in the front, where next to it would be presumably the access road to a large parcel in the back, right? You would want to, the way that the bylaw is written suggests that the planning board would make the determination of where the front property line is. So if it is like a pork chop shape, the planning board could determine that the front property line was to the back property line of the abutter.
I would think we would have to spell that out in the bylaws and not just take each case on its own.
Correct.
To protect the town against lawsuits. The whole idea.
Yeah, I think my general point is that the distance requirements aren't enough, and you need something from residents. And also some, I don't, potentially the visibility around there.
Eric, what is your recommendation as far as distance?
From a resident, I think it should be at least 250 feet. And Belchertown, looking at their visibility buffer, they talk about 30 feet of vegetation, at least, between the solar field. And whatever comes out to that from the residents.
Did you look at this one?
I'm just trying to figure out when we came up with the 50 feet and just kind of,
How or when?
no, I know when we came up with it. You're recommending 250 feet from the property line,
No,
the dwelling?
All the way around? All the way around? Front, back? Just 50 feet from the house and the solar project? Or the screening, where the screening
Where the
begins?
screening begins,
So house, 250 feet, screening.
right.
That's what they're talking about.
Rich Summerak with Bachelor Street. I would like to make a suggestion that it should be 250 feet from the property line. Doesn't matter where the house is. It should be from the property line. That the house, there could be new construction or whatever, it should be from the property line. And I agree, there should be 30 feet vegetative buffer zone. You have to protect the residents of Granby. I mean, you keep saying that you want to be fair to the solar, people who are building the solar farms, but once the solar farm is in there, that's it. It's going to be there forever.
No, it won't.
No, it won't be.
They've got a 20 to 25 year life expectancy, best case scenario.
And then it could be replaced, correct?
No, we're working on bylaws for what they have to do to renew them.
Okay, so even 25 years. I would say 250 feet from the property line is, and that way it would be easy to measure from the property line. It's a legal definition of where, the property begins.
Well, let's That represents you well. But there's also other residents that own land in town. So if the original, so a house has to have we'll say the rear property line. Nothing's supposed to be built closer than 25 feet, right? To their rear property line, minimum. Then a 50-foot buffer, let me correct that, a 50-foot setback from the property line to the 30-foot buffer.
That's not what it says.
I mean, you can include the 30.
No, I'm going by what you folks are saying.
That's not
Right,
what we
right.
said, though.
What we're talking about now is a 50-foot buffer.
That's not what we said.
Let me correct that again. A 50-foot setback from the rear property line, plus a 30-foot, your recommendation is a 30-foot screening.
Not,
If within that 250
Right.
feet.
So that's 80 feet right there. And you mentioned 250 feet from a dwelling, and someone else in the audience is saying 250 feet from the property line.
Yeah.
And I probably would agree with that more because it would be easier to manage that way, easier than
Correct, right.
someone puts an addition on, then it, you know.
But we're not adding this up, we're saying that 250 feet encompasses the buffer.
You're saying the 250 foot encompasses the buffer, that's what
So
you're
your
recommending?
foot buffer could be
Yeah.
within that 250 feet.
right, and then I think someone recommended you have 30 feet of vegetation included
Right.
within that 250 feet,
Right.
in front of the solar
Right.
farm panels. And I guess too, we need to look at too, as far as if we do up to 250 feet as a recommendation, if that's something we propose, though too, that we aren't eliminating from town by our bylaws.
Well, that's what we're gonna have to sit back
Because
and calculate.
we can't do, you
If
can't
you do a
eliminate it by,
If you do a 250 foot setback from every property line, and the minimum acreage required is,
Two.
no, for
well, it's
to
not,
actually be able to get in
it's
a,
it's the kilowatts, that's, so we'd have to kind of look at changing that.
It looks like it's about an acre.
That's what they're saying now online.
To get 250 kilowatts per an acre. Yeah.
so just over that. So if you had 2 acres with, or even 5 acres with a 250 foot setback all the way around, you wouldn't be able to do it.
Maybe that's a spot that it shouldn't be done.
The
I mean-
large landowners.
I mean,
own
if you
more
got,
than-
if you got 50 acres and you want to put 30, 25 acres of it into a solar farm, well, that's fine and dandy, you could get it in there with those setbacks, and that's probably a spot where it should go.
But also,
But
this is something,
if you got 5 acres, that's probably not a spot that you want a solar field.
but this is also something we're looking at as a large scale, which is anything over 250 kilowatts. Anything under 250 kilowatts is by right. So if someone says, I'm gonna do 200 kilowatts, by right, they can do it without site plan
That's-
approval, and how does that come into that affect the bylaws? They wouldn't be,
They're not applicable.
they're not applicable to that. So that's why I'm kind of seeing what you were just kind of saying, is, if someone goes down to an acre, someone can also say, you know what, I'm not gonna go 250 kilowatts, I'm gonna do 240 kilowatts. Now I don't, the bylaws don't impact me, because by right, they can do that. That's something to,
Something to consider.
Well, that's kind of my point with these setbacks, so, you know, we're,
I mean, I hate to like, kinda, then people like, well, we'll do 240 here, 240 there, 240 there.
Well, you may have more bylaw changes in the future, because it's gonna keep going in a
Yeah.
smaller footprint.
and that's a, whoever said that, that's a true
Yeah,
statement.
yeah.
This isn't once and done.
No,
You know, I've said this over and over again, our bylaws are a living document, and, you know, we have to change them as appropriately as time goes on.
Right, so we're in the here and now, and
Yeah.
we want something that's gonna work for the residents and the large landowners. And all the people that abut the large landowners.
I'll be honest with you, to cookie cutter this, it's tough, but I think 250 feet, asking for a 250-foot setback on property lines is excessive. With a 30-foot buffer, a proper 30-foot buffer, I mean, someone could put a huge barn up behind your house and block a vista with only a 40-foot or a 25-foot setback, depending on whether it's a side lot or a back lot. So if you have a 50-foot setback and then a 30-foot buffer, you shouldn't be able to, I mean, to me, that,
50 feet is nothing. Like, when you walk out off somebody's property, like 50 feet is, 15 steps. It's not far enough.
But, I mean,
And if somebody puts a barn there, that's not gonna decrease my property value as much as
no.
a row of solar panels is.
I'm just thinking of the minimal acreage for a lot right now is
40,000
40,000.
or 80,000 for an estate,
Yeah.
estate lot. Not including the pole, the access.
Yeah. Yeah, just trying, I'm thinking.
Don't
Before I go to
disturb
another,
his thinking.
before I go to another question, I want to finish my thought, my head. Yeah, I'm just wondering how that would impact the 250 when it came to, at what point, I guess how big would someone's lot have to be so it didn't affect the 250
Have to
for a
agree.
property line? That's what I'm wondering,
Pretty
is that,
significant.
that's what I'm trying to figure out, and I can't figure it out. Who was next? Yes, sir?
Joe Shalhoub, 140 School Street once again. I guess one of the things I heard a lot at prior planning board meetings when this topic was discussed is that you didn't want to get too specific in setting requirements, that you want to deal with that through special conditions subsequently. The only thing I refer back to is the 15-page of bylaws you had for signs, because of that potential impact on the feel or the sense of the town. If you could get that specific in your sign bylaws, something as significant to people's properties as ground-mounted solar, large-scale ground-mounted solar. I know that the houses are by right. I would have hoped it would put at least as much effort into specifics and protecting the general area, not just the large landowners. That the flexibility protects large landowners, okay? It doesn't protect the interests of the general and the vast majority of the population.
Well, we're looking to protect everybody, the
I
best
understand, but I'm
that we
saying
can,
You
so.
get 15 pages of sign bylaws,
Mhm.
okay, with that level of specificity. How can you justify that and not justify a level of specificity for ground-mounted solar?
Well, we do have a
Because it's
bylaw.
very-
Well,
It's
we-
7 pages, it's very general.
Right, well, that's, a lot of that stuff was before this board was, even the members of this board even here, but to your point, that's what we're trying to do now, as I said. And I think someone had mentioned before, the bylaws are a living, breathing document. So as time goes on, if we need to expand them, change them, that's what we do, that's what the town does, not what we do, but,
And I think bylaws should address things that can be addressed and that would generally be considered in
Yeah.
special conditions like you were talking about earlier, like setbacks and screening. I mean, those things should be in the bylaws, and then if you have to do a variance to those for some unique circumstances, then they could apply for that to go, to get an exemption from the bylaw.
And that's something that I think the board is considering as far as so, and some of the stuff that we were talking about in some of our previous meetings were pushed to this meeting here because we wanted to hear what people were saying, so it's more of the public's input versus the 5 members kind of deciding things, so.
One other thing, if I could, one of the things I also heard mentioned is that you felt that the R&D area you have now by right met the green community requirements. There's another document back here that says you have to have 50,000 square feet available here. My understanding, you don't have over an acre of open space in your current R&D location. So your current RD lot that you have designated for by right does not meet the green community requirements. So when you go to the lawyer to sign off on this going to being meeting the green community requirements,
There's only a certain, and we can have, you can speak to if you wish, just certain requirements you need to meet. You don't have to meet every single requirement. There's a certain amount of requirements that you have to meet, so you meet the green community.
well, that's one of the document you have back here from the fall thing. My understanding is that you have to have 50,000 square feet available. It has to be reasonably expected that they could build there with a minimum of 50,000 square feet. That's in the fall of this year's DOER, green community requirements. And if you don't have that, you couldn't really expect them to be there by right.
Well, I understand you spoke to before, you have to meet a certain amount of requirements for that.
Yeah,
You don't have to
so
meet every single requirement.
that's my understanding based on my discussion with my colleague who is administering the Green Communities program for a lot of our member communities in PVPC. Yeah, I since Granby has its designation at the moment, the amendments to the solar, I think it was, as far, you wouldn't be losing your Green Communities designation based on the amendments as you were presenting.
And that was something that was discussed at one of our meetings previously that the gentleman speaking to now. And by all means, we don't want to lose our opportunity for green community grants. So it's definitely,
Has it been read by the town attorney to see if that interpretation is, because he's got to sign off on these before it goes forward, right?
Yes.
For the green community certification piece.
I don't know if it goes through the green community certification.
I think there's a
So-
sample, that document she just handed out has a sample letter from the attorney.
Okay.
He has to certify that the town's
Yeah.
bylaws meet the green community requirements.
Yeah, so, right.
So I think.
Well, if you want to be part of it, yes. And that will happen. That's when, like, so we have the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission as part of our board here, is more of a recommendation things for us and stuff like that. Obviously, as a part-time board, we're not a full-time planner or anything like that, and that's why we have the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission.
So, it's my understanding, the R&D is allowed by site plan approval.
Currently in our bylaws.
Currently in our bylaws, it's not a lot, it's a zone.
Question number 3 is the one I'm talking about.
And it's in the industrial, I believe.
But if you require a special permit, it's not by right.
Who said special permit?
You just, didn't you just say it's allowed by?
No, site plan approval. SP,
No, site plan approval. Oh, okay.
yeah.
I thought by right, no.
Pardon me?
Yeah, I'm just not, I thought by right you didn't have to go through any of that paperwork, it's by right, it's automatic without approval.
No, everything has to have a site plan approval for that.
Okay.
So it is by right. Research and Development Laboratory for use consistent of definition of renewable or alternative energy. So,
Right, and question number 3 on this document says it has to be 50,000 square feet or larger.
well, the industrial zone is larger than 50,000 square feet. So it was zoned in, not spot zoned.
but also that there's enough available vacant space in existing buildings, in which we don't have there, to provide for a facility 50,000 square feet or larger in the aggregate, with a minimum of 5,000 square feet per unit. So they get kind of picky about that.
That's what they're saying now.
Yes.
And Granby wouldn't comply with that anywhere in town. If they're saying there has to be a facility already in existence.
No, it doesn't have to be a facility already in existence, but if you look at the answer to that question on that document,
Yeah.
question number 3, the second page is on the bottom.
I mean, going back to your question, I mean, we'll make sure that we put what needs to be put into our bylaws, so we, we want to be part of the green community, and we can, eligible for grants.
I didn't know if you automatically run things by the town attorney,
No.
or whatever. So I know time's getting short,
Yeah.
it's getting very close to the end of.
But again, and like I said, we work with our PVC representative, and they do a lot of things for a lot of different towns and cities and things like that, and it's the same type of thing, so that's, as you said, we ask him to go out there and get us the needed information, follow up on it, and if it's a yes or it's a no, and then we go from there as well.
So, little yes, I would say we meet that. All the criteria on the bottom.
That the R&D zone
Yeah.
is 50,000 square feet?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's the whole industrial zone, so there's more than enough space in there. That's just over an acre.
So we may already meet that requirement.
but
That's fine.
but the letter still has to
Yeah.
come from the attorney
Yeah.
Yeah.
saying that we do, and actually in the letter, it gives us a sample, here's how we need it.
Yep.
So you'll have to put something like that in there. But that's every year that letter has to be done. You can have that, that's yours.
No, I'm just putting it there.
Oh.
Someone else had a question?
I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
In your draft, you have not allowing prime farmland. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, can you define that? What is prime? For town standards, and is there a map designating that somewhere for town? No, it's in your draft.
Which draft?
Your,
That's the green community, the green community
updated
draft?
Solar ground mounted.
Yeah, that's the green community draft.
Do we have any way of deciding what is prime farmland?
So that's actually not from the planning board. That's actually from the
Energy committee?
Energy committee. So,
And that's a mass DOE or agriculture, one of it's their definition that they have to go by.
Okay, do we have some kind of record of that? Do we have a map? Do we have anything?
As to what is designated prime farmland in the town, I don't believe we have a map.
Or is it just pick and choose as we go along?
Good question.
yeah.
It's defined by DOER. I'm sure that PVPC can provide a map of what DOER has established as prime farmland.
But does that have to be already in, labeled agricultural to start off with? It's not a residential, it's agricultural land designated?
Well, we don't do that, and we don't have a zone.
Well, like for tax purposes, I'm saying. would that just encompass the lands that are noted as farmlands or that are 61A lands? I think it might tell us in the,
Well,
I'm pretty
you can,
sure
you can
it's-
follow up on it, right?
Yeah,
You
I
have an
don't
answer for
know,
it?
you have to find out what the
That is true,
definition is.
you can drop out of 61A for 3 years and it goes back residential,
right.
so.
I guess we'll have our representative, reach out and find out what is considered, how they consider what is, prime farmland. So, and again, that's not from that was the planning board, that was the energy committee that had submitted that
Right.
to, the planning board, so.
And I think they're in the process of changing that description just a little bit. But they're just in the process of doing that now, it hasn't been finalized. Probably not till November, I think,
Who's changing?
Mass DOR.
Okay.
As far as
What that,
green
yeah.
communities,
But like you said, and Ken was saying, it's just, I wonder if it must be hopefully somewhere, doesn't mean it has to be, but they identified it and labeled it, so I'd hope they'd know where what's considered and where the prime land, farmland is.
I have to look at my green community energy.
Sir?
Yeah, I think that maybe under the SMART program, I think what they're going to actually is, provide state incentives for, maybe start, being more concerned with farmlands, and that's something I think I saw on, an article or something.
Right.
It's not happened yet, but I think that may be not necessarily green community, but maybe it's the SMART program, and what
Right,
the state's
part of
willing to
it.
fund. So if the state doesn't fund it, a lot of these projects would never go forward.
Right.
So they may, deal with that. I guess my other question regarding when the solar farms do go in, I would like to see something in the bylaws that have an annual assessment of the ability to dismantle and dispose of those panels. Okay, because I know you have an upfront assessment of the cost of disassembly, but there's no way to tell 20 or 25 years from now if those panels are going to become the next asbestos. If somebody's not willing to recycle those, if you don't look at that every year and readjust what the decommissioning costs are going to be, these large companies that are buying up these things once they're in are going to walk away. You're going to be suing a corporation that's then going to, file bankruptcy or whatever, trying to get recovery costs for an EPA site because nobody can get rid of those, heavy metals in those panels and stuff. So I think each year it's going to change, and
Five-year
I
inspection or
think
something.
reviewing it each year in the bylaws would be an important piece.
Yeah, we put something in there, 3, 5,
What was
15.
the inspections?
Yeah.
Every,
We did put something in there about as far as
I
inspections.
know inspections, but that,
Yeah.
I think that's to meet, make sure they kept their vegetating screening up and those types of things that you put in for conditions when you allow them to go in. I don't think there's anything there about reassessing and making them maybe increase the cost in what they're putting aside for decommissioning. I think, you have the initial estimate of decommissioning by the
Well,
engineer.
no, well, if you read it, and I'll just go by that, it says installation after construction and operation, monitoring the project to ensure compliance with the terms of permit approval related to the site plan. So part of the approval says that they put a bond of $50,000. And at that time, we decided that doesn't meet the requirement. I think under that, we could say, no, it doesn't, it's gonna cost more than that now, so we could, at that time, say, under the agreement,
You'd have to increase the
you have
bond.
to increase the bond.
Right, you do that when they're applying for the site, but 20 years ago, you don't know what it's going to cost, 50,000 or 300,000 or $1 million to get that. You may not be able to get rid of that, glass panels at all. So if you put it as part of the annual reporting and inspection, to require the solar panel to re-evaluate or resubmit what the estimated decommissioning costs are and removal, that way you could relook, it's an easy piece to put in.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That allows for change over the next 20 years, and if nothing changes, the original bond is fine. If it changes significantly, then, then you can have them adjust their bond accordingly. But if you don't have it in the bylaws, I'm not sure you're gonna be able to get that. And if you don't do it consistently, once again, as somebody mentioned, if you're not consistent in your application of standards, and these large corporations are gonna take their lawyers into land court and ask you why you're doing it to this one and not the other, and why you're doing it.
Well, we do have, like I said, there's a, as I read, after construction operation, monitoring the project to ensure compliance with the terms of the permit approval related to the site plan.
And if you just add another sub-point there.
You could add something into that.
Decommissioning costs each year. Make the solar panel responsible, people, their engineers responsible for doing that, just like they submit the original estimation of decommissioning. have them each year submit an updated estimate. You know, and things may be fine, and there may be a whole new market developed and a whole new industry for you may get money from solar panels, and they may love decommissioning these things, and finding a way to recycle those in glass.
Well, I mean, just a reference to, the board can certainly talk about that. We could even look at, we have a time frame set up already where that could be part of the 3-year, the 5-year.
I would agree, like, when it comes to solar, that's kind of the unknown, is
Yeah.
how these panels are
Yeah.
recycled,
Be flexible in your bylaws and your standards. You can adjust for that as a 20-year test.
Everybody thought asbestos was great 60 years ago.
A lot of houses were wrecked, had the asbestos
Yeah,
shingles.
right.
Or the tile.
No, I think, I think you make a great point there, and I think, if we maybe follow into where we have the 3 years after a certificate, this is follow-up, and every 5 years after that.
3 years to 5
5
years.
years,
If something should be known.
Yeah.
And then you could always call their site approval if they don't update their bond, if it significantly rises in the
Yep.
estimated cost of the
I think that makes sense. Right, because we're forecasting what it could cost in 20 years.
That's right, yeah, that's what scares me. They're trying to stop doing recycling like they did with plastic. That's what you do. They're trying to
So we can look at wording maybe something like that.
Do what?
We can look at kind of wording something into that.
Yes.
That part
I'll
there.
put that.
Yeah. And that can be part of the inspection part.
Yeah.
I think some of the other towns had some language that if we wanted to see what, other towns have adopted. for
I
that
think
annual
there
review.
might be something in here.
For the decision requirement by the Attorney General. I think is good.
So that should probably go into 5.99.11 point B.
And it's upwards.
So, yeah, so this is the initial, so that's not part of the
Right.
That's
No,
initial
this is
approval.
annual reporting.
Right, that's right.
So, yeah, we could put that in with the,
Yeah. We can go in there, where we have already the inspections.
Yeah.
Tim just said 5.99.11, point B, is part of the inspection piece.
that's what you were talking about, right?
Yes.
So yearly inspections.
I don't know if we do it yearly, I think we go with the same thing.
Here's the problem, though. We're relying on them to provide us with an estimate. And
But I would say if you get several, solar farms at that point in time, once you get that in place, then you'll see if somebody starts adjusting it significantly in their decommissioning cost, and the other people don't, or one doesn't, then you start questioning.
Or, I guess, can we do an independent one, and they're required to pay for it? Or is that?
let me tell you something, I don't know who's we can put all these bylaws in place, but we have to have somebody that's gonna manage it.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do it here, and they're not gonna do it up at Town Hall.
Yeah,
So to this gentleman's point, the more we put back on the applicant that's responsible for providing this information before they get their permit renewed, the better. Just make it part of the process that they have to,
So are you saying not do yearly?
I'm not saying not do, I think yearly is probably a bit excessive, but if we're doing
so
inspections
3 years and.
every 3 years, then that would be a good time to have them provide us with updated decommissioning costs.
So it's after the first
Let's not.
inspection must occur 3 years after certificate of completion, and every 5 years after that until decommissioned. So I think 5 years and 5-year term, I can tell you.
That's a balance, I think.
Yeah.
Put that balance.
We already have there for inspections already as one of the proposed changes, so that could be enough to just to put into that wording.
So let me ask you this, when we're going through the project and we have the peer review looking over, they look at the decommissioning schedule too, and they've made some suggestions. Are they gonna have to look at the revised one too? Because they know more what they're looking at than we do.
We can determine that at that time. If we don't see an acceleration and we've learned that there has been on some other projects, then we can say, look, this isn't corresponding with some of the other projects. So we're getting a 3% increase every 3 years or on the projected decommissioning, and we just mandate it. We can tell them it's going to be a 3% if we need to, or they're not allowed to renew. Or if
Not allowed to renew what? Because you're giving it to them right there. After 20 years, you're saying?
No, every 3 years they're up for inspections, and if they're not complying to what we need them to comply with, in other words, if they're screening, if their buffers is dying off and now a neighbor has clear sight of it, they're responsible for going back and replanting.
But it doesn't say anything in here about that. It just says there's going to be an inspection. It doesn't say.
And that's what we're getting as a recommendation. We should put something in there so that when they come back every 3 years, part of the inspection and compliance with the permit will be to update the decommissioning costs.
Okay.
And I would think you also want to add, if it's not somewhere in your bylaws, that failure to meet the conditions that are being inspected for, including decommissioning costs.
That's already in the,
They'd be fines, but,
That's-
you know, that's how you direct them. If they didn't do the vegetation, you start imposing fines, and then you can go in and do the vegetation. I think that's what we could probably give them. You couldn't shut them down, I don't think.
part of the conditions
Yeah.
that they have to maintain the facility, and that's why there's inspections.
So,
They can be,
okay, so if they build up the bond, that was needed.
Right, so one of the conditions is that they're supposed to have a bond for decommissioning, and that bond disappears after 3 years. You can say, well, part of the condition, you say a permit's not valid anymore.
And I'm sure you're gonna see it in the news, because all the people that have it on their house now, and that starts losing its efficiency, and they wanna take it off their house, if they can't get rid of it, you're gonna start seeing it in the news at this.
we're not gonna see it here. We're not gonna deal with that here.
No, you're not gonna see, I'm gonna see, you're gonna know there's gonna be an issue that you need to look at, and you may need to get the professionals to.
Yeah,
evaluate.
we've got that
That's a good point.
ability to bring in a consultant, a peer review to, or we could just use Pioneer Valley.
You should hire an engineer.
Yeah, are you
But you do
talking
have that covered.
before the project's approved, or are you talking after?
No, during, when an inspection comes up, if there's something that we don't feel is, it's above our pay grade, we can always bring somebody else in.
And I would,
We
but
don't get paid,
I
Tom.
would spell that out.
So there's a lot that's above our pay grade to that point. What's that?
I would spell that out in here, though, in the bylaw, that we could bring in a outside consultant at the applicant's cost.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt to put it in.
Could.
I don't have any problem putting it in.
I think if it's in, then it's
That way
kind
they'll
of,
know ahead of time.
they know ahead of time, it also protects us as well. It's there, it's in writing, it's black and
Now,
white.
that's not a zoning. That's something we have free rein to do, to put in our, if I'm not mistaken, is that correct?
You can list it in the zoning, but the way that towns have utilized peer review after solar development is in their conditions of approval would require an escrow account be open for these. Some towns do
I mean,
yearly.
it may
some
say in
towns-
our bylaws 3 years, but we can put a condition on there saying, you know what, this one doesn't need it every 3 years, maybe 5, but this one needs to be done every 2 years.
So you're saying like maybe a smaller one won't need it as much as maybe a
Correct.
larger one?
Yeah. That's the
I think if we
whole
put it
purpose
in-
of giving us the ability to put conditions on, because you can't write a bylaw
For everything.
for everything.
Right.
Well, no, we're not trying to write one for everything, but we're trying to do the best we can to not make 58 conditions, which is a small novel.
Well, I mean, unless you're gonna have a 30-page bylaw, you're always gonna have conditions, because that's when the public comes and they're requesting things, the abutters requesting things, and, we saw it at some of our past meetings, you know, one particular one, I think someone wanted a different type of tree than what was being offered. And, you know, they said absolutely, and that's something that was, so that was a different condition that they had to have that type of tree.
Correct.
So if you put like a generic one in, say, right at the beginning of the solar bylaws, 5.99, we got ABC there, you could say, planning board it has the authority to call in an outside contractor or peer review or whatever, if needed, if it deems so, something like that. That way, you don't have to apply it to everything, but you've already got it in writing that they know.
Yeah, I think that's, we're okay with that before.
Doesn't hurt to have it in there more than once.
Got a question in the back?
Yep. Someone's back there somewhere.
No, I'm all set.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, you do want to add at the applicant's expense, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, she has that.
Well, she didn't mention it.
Believe me, we're not gonna pay for it.
Good.
Is there any other questions, comments, thoughts?
Timeline of events, like how this process is gonna go from here on out.
Well, from here, it's gonna end up going to
Special town meeting.
special town meeting, which is October 28th. What, in the bylaw will be presented to the town will vote yes or no, whether they wanna adapt the bylaw at that point.
So will our suggestions be part of that?
We're gonna take them under consideration, and I would say, just based on the conversations we've already had, some of that's already been, you know, put into it. And I think the only thing, I know just from the discussion here was the 250 feet, just to see how that actually plays out as far as some of the property. Is it feasible to do that? That's all. I don't think it's, and I think if the answer is yes, it's probably something we look at. If not, then maybe, you know, maybe a smaller number. You know, but I think we're already at about 80 feet anyway, so maybe we increase it up, or, you know, and that's what we gotta look at as far as
We'll keep,
is how it's gonna impact, you know, 250 feet, 250 feet, 250 feet, that's, you know, that's a lot of land.
but
You know.
if I may, if the setback is 50 feet with an 80-foot buff, or 30-foot buffer, and there's a specific project that's going in that's going to impact, we can increase that.
Well, we didn't.
Yeah.
We
And it's
just
like,
went
why
through
can't you
this.
decrease it, protect the abutters, and then in special instances.
Because if it,
Decrease.
yeah, you can't, because once it's at,
So I was
Set
gonna
the
have a solar
minimums.
field 70 feet from my property line, so, I mean, that's real world, that's what it was coming in at, and it went to vote.
which is more than what we're proposing.
70 feet from my property?
Yeah, we're saying 50 feet. We gave you more than what was on the original.
Right, and it's not enough, that's what I'm talking, I mean, it's nowhere near enough.
Well, I don't know, I guess it's up to, the board, we're gonna need to close the hearing at some point and
Yeah.
and discuss it and vote on what we propose. Again, it'll go to town meeting, it can be
Right.
amended on the floor. If
Right.
you don't like what we
Right.
present, that's the way the process works.
Yeah,
And
I
we're-
just
we're-
hope you'll consider everybody.
Oh, absolutely, that's what we're here for.
You know, there's the residents that, you know, pay
Absolutely.
a good amount of tax money. We love being here, you know.
No.
and We just want to keep our rural community as much as we can.
And that's the point of having this meeting here, for that reason, so we get input from people as what their thoughts are, their concerns are as well, so, and then we're gonna put together what we think is the best as well from this board, but definitely taking it for what everybody said, and a lot of the things that are coming up, we're listening to them and writing them down, and like I said, that being up front, the 250 feet, I'm just wondering, and I need to see how that plays out. It may be fine. I don't know. That's kind of what in my head, I'm thinking, you know, maybe it's not the 50 feet, or I'm just talking amongst, you know, this is something we gotta look at, but everything that came up, I thought was, you know, definitely reasonable for some stuff for us to look at and consider, and try to put it together somehow to make it work.
You know, it's a balancing act to try and address everybody's concerns. The large landowner and the abutters, the residential abutters. A 250-foot setback puts the landowner in wetlands, so he's out. You know, there's clear cutting, and then there's, you know, some of that property up on Kendall Street was heavily wooded. It wasn't like that so many years ago, but there's other areas like behind your house that's not really wooded, but it was mowed not that long ago, and it was farmed not that long ago. And if somebody wanted to do something there, a 250-foot setback wouldn't do anything, because you're going to see it. It's just, you know, the road's elevated, it slopes down into the valley. There's certain things that just aren't going to make a difference.
Right.
The buffer in a resident, where it's thickly settled, the 30-foot buffer probably makes sense in a lot of cases. You know, you got a subdivision and I'll give you, for instance, Maximilian. You know, if you were on one side of it, the school property, if that was a huge solar farm there, you know, it's pretty flat. You go back 50 feet and then 30 feet of vegetation, you know, you're going to hide it. It's going to block your view, but, you know.
Well, and it won't block your view until the vegetation is, till it's, you know, I mean, people aren't putting in, you know, 15-foot trees for the bushes. So that's like you said, so, you know, you got both sides of the,
Absolutely.
you know.
And there was some confusion about setbacks in the business zone. These are not allowed in the business zone. We did not want to take solar and
Line 202.
Line 202 or occupy potential business tax revenue for the town. And basically a large scale wouldn't, you know, where else do you put it other than in the, you know, rural area, farmland?
A lot of this solar came about so that we met the Green Community Act. So we'd be eligible for grants. That's a lot of it came about.
And there's a benefit to it, you know. It's helping to, I believe it's helping to keep the cost of electricity down. There's less fossil fuel being used, and again, they are temporary. What they're installing today is going to be obsolete in 5 years.
For a homeowner, 20 years is more than likely the length of your stay.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So it's not really
I'm
that
just trying to
temporary.
go the pros and cons of the whole industry in itself.
And we're not saying it should be banned from town.
Right, there's right places
You know,
for
that
it.
there are reasonable restrictions, you know, and that's all right, you know, we're looking for a balance, we're not saying, you know, ban it everywhere. Like I said, I still go back to this, you know, if they could put in that kind of, you know, signs, I know you said that maybe then before you were here, but it's still reapproved by you, I think in 2014.
I was here, and believe me, it was a lot of, it was overkill, in my opinion, but there was some board members and we spent many nights here until 11, 12 o'clock.
I'm saying, but it's all in there, you know, so, you know, there's that level of specificity for, you know, a 4x2 foot sign, that's gotta be a certain amount of setback from the road and certain colored lettering.
But, you know.
I mean, yeah.
No, let's remember though, when you put up a $200 sign versus a $100,000 solar field, it's a little different.
Yeah, but if it's next to a $400,000 house, you gotta think about that.
Well, I definitely, I'm not, that's not my comparison, I'm saying that as far as looking at it, but, and again, you know, kind of like with Jim referenced too, we need to look at, you know, he kind of referenced my house. Well, if someone was 250 feet off the back of my house and they built a solar, I'd see it all day long. You know, so, I mean.
But it's not right next to you.
But I would see it all, you know, I'd see it, you know, 250 feet, you know, it's from here to probably the almost 202 across the side of 202.
Before the bylaws went in place, before there was zoning, I wonder what the conversations were with high-tension power lines and telephone poles up. You know, you look in town, that they're pretty unsightly,
Yeah.
If, you
Well,
know.
a lot of towns are putting bylaws now, any new electrical has to go underground.
Correct. But I'm saying,
So there-
what's in place right now, you know, is pretty unsightly with the high tension lines going through open property and what they do to maintain it.
And the electric companies never give those up. They can go back in at any time.
That's right.
Just like the railroad.
That's right.
They never go up the
So-
railroad.
So this isn't new, it's, you know, it's something that we've dealt with in the past.
Yeah, and that's all we're asking, to the extent you can address the concern. You know.
All right, any other comments, questions, thoughts before we close the part of the public hearing this time?
Just thank you for giving me the opportunity to,
Oh.
that might be.
And on behalf of this board and myself, thank you for coming out. And this is definitely what we want, is input from people. And I think all the suggestions that were given here, I know I wrote them down, and I'm gonna put a lot of thought and consideration to every single one of them, because I think a lot of them make a lot of sense. You know, and like I said, I was upfront and honest. The only thing I was the 250 feet, and not to say that I'm for it or not for it, I just don't, I need to look at it. You can't just throw a number out there, I gotta, you know, visualize and see how it, what impacts, and it might be, you know, that's just where I am with it, you know, so. Okay, again, thank you, everybody.
I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing regarding the solar zoning bylaw changes.
So, a second?
Well, we're just gonna close it to the public now so we can
Yeah.
discuss amongst ourselves, correct?
Right.
We're not gonna continue it.
We're not gonna
No,
take
we're
it
not,
now,
we're closing the public hearing part of the
Right.
meeting.
the public comment piece, so that we can discuss. Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Well, I think a lot of things were, one thing I really liked was the talk about the inspection and the piece where we put into it as far as that it's reevaluated as far as what it could cost for decommission. I did like that piece, because it is true, it could, I mean, there could be a factor where, you know, 20 years from now, that it becomes there's so many solar panels out there that have enough trouble putting them somewhere, and, you know, now people are getting top dollar to take them.
I'm sure they'll create some sort of industry
Yeah.
to market it and go after it and make money off of
But
it.
I think it's,
But I think it's important that we do cover we
yeah.
review
ourselves,
yeah, review the cost of it going forward. So I'm good with that.
So do you wanna go through what changes you wanna do to
Yeah.
what we have?
Yeah, you were you were keeping a list of things that were brought up. Why don't we just kind of, if we could, just kind of go through each one.
Well, what I got tonight was the two, other than some comments on the reviews and that, the two main things were clear cutting and setbacks. And is that what you have, Lil?
Yes.
Okay. The clear cutting, all we're doing is we're singling out one industry. You can go in and clear cut to farm, to plant corn, and then a year later, go ahead and put your solar. You can clear cut for earth removal, you can clear cut for a subdivision.
Right. So,
So you're saying clear cutting is singling out a unit?
I think it is.
I don't think so, because Mass DOER is discouraging that and taking incentives away from,
Yeah. Well, remember who put us here to begin with.
pardon?
Remember who put us here to begin with.
yes, you are. I guess where I am with that, so, for example, if I wish to just clear cut my property, do I need a reason to clear cut it?
Do you need approval, you're saying?
Depending on what we're clear cutting it for.
I don't want to look at the trees anymore, I want a nice, clear view. So I'll give you an example,
Then
so,
you submit then you have to have somebody come in and put a plan together for you.
Right, so, and use this example, so when I moved in to my house 20-plus years ago, I could see as far up as Cold Hill. I could see the people's backyard in Cold Hill, I could see the houses plain as day. Since then, obviously trees and everything have grown in, and you can't see that anymore. So if I wanted to say, well, I can go in there and I want to clear cut that because I want that view back, what's stopping me from doing that?
Nothing that I'm aware of. Do you know of anything?
I
No,
think,
I mean, if you were in if it was protected in any way, I mean, you would go through whatever permitting process.
It's not protected, it's just land.
Right.
It's just land, that's my
I don't
property
know
of
if
butts.
there's a size limit before you have to get special,
Well, that's what I'm asking.
permit. I don't
I
know.
don't know. So and,
That would be forestry.
right, follow me where I'm going with this. Now, I decided to, and I said, okay, yeah, you don't need any, say I don't need anything, I'd say, go right ahead. You can go cut as much as you want, go right ahead.
Yep.
And I turn around and cut it all down.
Mhm.
Now, next year, I said, well, gee, I got the opportunity to put solar in my backyard.
If you've got enough land and it
But-
meets all the requirements.
Right,
Yep.
so say it meets all the requirements, I kind of bypass that clear cutting.
You're gonna do it anyway. It's not gonna be something that's gonna completely stop people, but what we're trying to do is keep 30 or plus acres of trees cut down and continue to harm the environment even more. Because what you're putting in there isn't helping the environment.
Oh, it is helping the environment.
Tiny, tiny, tiny bit, not as much as trees do. Trees help with the runoff. Solar panels don't.
No, but they help with, they help with providing energy.
That just goes on the grid, it doesn't,
Well, the grid goes to everybody.
yeah,
So
it's
there's less-
not
there's
like
less-
it's doing the town or any landowner a favor. It's,
No, but it is, and generally it is helping out people, because there's no more like fossil fuels, you take away from that. Think about like nuclear plants and stuff like that. Those are
And-
becoming
and-
obsolete, because solar is becoming more and more, so that, it is giving back.
mhm.
I mean, and people could probably put up a big argument on one side, and someone could put up a big argument on the other side, depending on which side of the.
But we also
you know.
don't have unlimited availability on the grid for adding in solar. There's homeowners now that they have to pay, like National Grid,
Mhm.
to come in, the same thing that the big project guys do, that have all the money,
Mhm.
they have to pay them like $1,000 to come in and do an assessment, and then they're telling them, you have to increase the capacity on the grid, because we don't really need it. But you have to pay for it. That's another $5,000. Where's the incentive there?
Well, I guess that's, you have to ask the people that are putting it on their house,
Yeah.
because I don't, I mean.
I heard
that's
that
someone's-
at a smart
Mhm.
seminar that they
You
had.
know, so.
For a woman in Hadley, she said, I can't afford to do this, how are you gonna help me? And that's another Massachusetts department that does that, that's looking into
Well,
that.
they're popping them up on these houses all over the place, so, and it's become a big industry, so
Yeah,
how?
but they can't sell them back to, any excess they have can't go back to the grid, because there's no room. I mean, it all sounds well and good, put the solar on your house, but
Well,
unless
this-
you know ahead of time.
But the solar on your house also benefits you.
Yes,
as a homeowner.
You're
but the
using
thing
less.
people are looking at is, okay, I'm gonna generate all this extra and I can sell it back to the grid.
Yeah, you really, when they put on someone's house, it's not about selling it back to the grid, it's about them saving money. So, from my understanding, when someone explained it to me, was that I'd say my electricity bill is $125 a month. And they say, okay, based on that, you need X amount of panels on your house to generate that type of savings. So that homeowner puts it on, they put it on their house. That homeowner is saving X amount of dollars every month from their electricity.
Correct.
That's what they save. So now it's up to the company that put them on there to sell it back to the grid. It's not up to the homeowner to sell it back to the grid. Because their benefit, they actually don't own the panels. The company owns those panels that are on someone's house. Because if you went to buy panels from your house, it's very
I'm not so
expensive.
sure, but this lady from Hadley just stood up and said, I have to pay for National Grid to put more power available to me.
Right. So, and my understanding is though too, is like, say you could put 100 panels on your house. But if they look at your house and say, well, you only, based on what you use for electricity, you only need 60 panels. That's all they're gonna put on your house is 60 panels. They're not gonna put 100 panels on your house.
Unless you're thinking you can make some extra money by selling it back. Not everybody's gonna do
But-
that.
Right, but from my
I agree with
understanding
you on
is that the company putting them on your house owns the panels. You're not purchasing the panels. That's the benefit of them putting it on your house, is that you benefit from it because you're saving money on electricity. They're gonna benefit from it because now they're selling energy back to the grid.
And
The
then,
homeowner, that's the benefit to the homeowner is that they're saving on electric bill, not by sending money back to the grid.
and then when the homeowner decides to move, that company has a lien on their house for the solar panels.
That's that person's choice
I know.
when they did
Yeah.
it, that was their choice, or they can buy it out. I know, I mean, and I can speak to it, like, my neighbor had solar panels on, and when they moved, someone else bought the house, the solar panels came on. I mean, it's up to, anything we
it
worked
is,
in a
yes.
contract or whatever, but, I mean, that's, and I'm just speaking to residential, I can't speak to that lady with her, I don't, it could be anything, I don't know. But from my understanding, as far as residential, someone at someone's house, that's how that operates. Just based on how the company explained it to me.
And right now, National Grid and Eversource and there's Unitil, I think, don't have any more capacity for any project, any solar project, big solar project to come through, because they,
They must have it somewhere, because people are still putting them up. So they must have it somewhere.
they even said they have them lined up, ready to go when Mass DOER lets loose of some more space. So,
Yeah, well, in reference to that, then there shouldn't be a big push for solar panels. And
there
who-
shouldn't be,
Who's
but,
gonna be putting money out there for a what ifs?
right.
So you probably, it may not see a big push anymore for solar panel farming.
Maybe not, but that doesn't mean we can't fine tune them a little bit now what we have.
Doesn't mean that at all.
Right. So, clear cutting, now that we've wandered entirely off the subject.
What was some of the other things I referenced? Did someone say, like, Belchertown's at 10 acres or something like that? What was thrown out there? for-
Eric Weasel, I might have Belchertown's,
I thought that was in that packet from.
Belchertown bylaws have limited to 10 acres of clearing.
Yeah, right.
That's a lot of clearing.
What's that?
They limited it to 10 acres of clearing trees. 10 acres is a lot of land. So if we just kind of match what Belchertown did, that's a lot of land of clear cutting.
Well, we're allowing 30 acres.
But even 10 acres is a lot of clear cutting, and that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that could be, what, 10% of 100 acres? How much property did, the largest one we've accepted was Dickinson, correct?
Was that more than the other one?
That was
The
More
first
than
one was
Red
big?
Rock? Is Red Rock bigger, or, no, Red Rock was smaller.
The first one was split up into different portions, but.
Dickinson's is
I
like
think overall-
7.5, right? 2 fields?
Yeah, I think the first one we did was bigger than that. That's the reason I'm thinking that. I know they cut it back some. But I'm just wondering.
Clear cutting, no?
I'm just wondering as far as clear cutting, should we look at,
So 10 acres is 10 building lots. Put a subdivision in, we just approved one up on Carver Street for how many? 60 or 70 something?
homes? Yeah,
There's 70 acres, plus road, plus
Yep.
the one we approved for, off of Maximilian. That was 26 homes. Doesn't say they're all gonna clear cut, but there's cutting. They can clear cut quite a bit.
Do we look at a percentage? We look at like so if someone has 100 acres, you can, do we put a percentage number down as what they can clear cut?
I just have to, I have built it
Because
down.
I just look at, I guess I look at percentage-wise to me, so clear cutting 30 acres benefits everybody who owns 30 acres or less. The person that owns 100 acres, he's limited to basically a third of his property. So do we say, okay, do we say, do we look at a percentage? So we make it fair across the board to everybody. There's whatever property you own, there's a percentage of what can be clear cutted.
This is what Belchertown's solar bylaws say. They're calling commercial solar,
Is that the one that's been approved, sorry?
yes, commercial solar photovoltaic installation, CSPI, is any solar photovoltaic installation with 250 kW or greater rated nameplate capacity, even if its primary generation is not intended for supplying the grid. Kind of a very narrow thing there. It's not permitted, no commercial solar photovoltaic installation may be permitted as follows. Anything greater than 20 acres in fenced array area, anything requiring forest clearing greater than 10 acres, not on slopes of 8% or greater as averaged over 50 horizontal feet. The planning board may consider waiving this up to 12% based on site-specific parameters, and any large one on a parcel with inadequate frontage as defined in 145-2, whatever that is.
So they've limited it at 20 acres. Which, they limit the size of a solar farm.
Right.
Right. But again, I go back to, someone who owns
Right, and
100
they're
acres,
also-
that's
they're
why I'm
also
looking at a
doing the-
percentage of cutting, so it's fair to everybody.
They're also going into slopes here, so you don't have all the problem with runoff into everybody's land around there that people were especially
Yeah.
concerned about on Kendall Street.
But I'm wondering, an 8% slope that,
Or greater as averaged over 50 horizontal feet.
well, the Kendall property didn't have it, that wasn't actually, the slope wasn't their property was flat.
They put in retainage
Right, but I mean,
to prevent that from.
Right, but theirs was flat up top, they actually, going by what that said, their property was flat.
This is talking about building on a hillside.
Right, right, that's what that's talking about, so.
But I'm just saying that's what,
Yeah, but I'm just kind of thinking what, I guess I kind of look at it to be fair across the board, more of a percentage of the lot. Yeah, like I said, and you get under 250 kilowatts, it's by right, so.
Just break it up.
I know, that's what I'm saying, you can create bylaws and people are gonna figure a way around it.
so we don't specifically address clear cutting in our current bylaws. As I can see. But land clearing, soil erosion, and habitat. Just what's necessary for construction. It gives you a big leeway there. That's 59910B. That's under safety and environmental. I think that was part of the Green Community original wording.
Yeah, that's what I'm finding is usually the language that towns that are not addressing forest cutting have that language still.
Which was,
Repeat that for me, please.
The towns that are not addressing forest cutting in their solar bylaw has the language
That we have.
that you guys have.
That which is 59910B.
Clearing of natural vegetation shall be limited to what is necessary for the construction, operation, and maintenance of large-scale ground-mounted solar PV installation.
which was basically the first information that came out, so you can qualify for the Green Community Act.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that it sounds like that was,
Yeah.
a lot of people just.
It was the model
the
bylaw
model,
that,
And
yeah,
everybody just adopted it.
right. But, what's happening now is that towns are addressing that, and that's the language that they're changing.
What page was that on?
There's no page numbers on, it. This is I'm looking at this.
So basically.
This is what we sent to the select board.
Can I take a peek at that, or you have it?
You should have one
Yeah.
there.
have one, that's right, yeah, this one.
Oh, it's this one here, I didn't.
It's the next to the last page. 5.9910B.
Myself, I'm in favor of the portion of clear cutting. But, I mean, if we're gonna look at that, I'd rather have it be a percentage, so it's fair across the board. For everything, I guess. No, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, let's go back to, someone who has, they can cut up to clear cut, I mean, going by what Belchtown was, so you clear cut 10 acres of land. And they could own 10 acres of land, they clear cut the whole thing, right? That's how it read.
Well, and this addresses any tree with a minimum of 10-inch diameter at a 4-foot height. It's cut to install. This is, Northampton has these, and they were approved by the Attorney
A
General.
minimum how wide? 10-inch diameter?
Any tree with a minimum of 10-inch diameter at a 4-foot height that is cut to install large-scale ground-mounted solar installation, including area to prevent shading of systems of more than 20%, and that's green community wording right there,
So I go back to that gentleman.
shall be
that-
replaced to
So
maintain
that's-
the greenhouse gas
I
emissions.
kind of like that, how it takes, like, I go back to that gentleman that came in as far as, he had the Christmas trees, and he's growing Christmas trees on his property.
Yeah,
And, and so if we couldn't clear cut it, his thing was that,
we're not saying they can't clear cut entirely, we're saying for ground-mounted solar.
that's what he's saying, if you wanted, the Christmas tree business wasn't doing very well, was it? And he wanted to clear cut all that, take it all down, his thing was that he couldn't clear cut all the trees down that he planted
While
for
we're
a
here,
business.
why don't you read that to everybody? That's also, that should have been read during the public hearing part.
Let's say this, let's say he had a stellar year of selling Christmas trees and he cut them all down.
Then what does he do? What did I do with that?
So this is a letter from John Koza, Mr. Koza, 165 School Street. It's actually addressed to the select board, but it was more pertaining to our meeting that we had this evening. Because basically it says, dated September 24th, 2019, the Granby Select Board members, Glenn M. Sexton, Jay Joyce, and Jennifer A. Silva, large-scale ground-mounted solar panel industrial installation bylaws. As a resident of Granby, I would like to submit this letter in opposition to lifting the moratorium on large-scale ground-mounted solar panel industrial installations in land areas not zoned for this use. Such installations shall only be allowed in industrial, commercial zoned areas in Granby. The basic purpose and function of this zoning is to divide a municipality into residential, commercial, and industrial districts or zones that are foremost to separate from one another, with the property within each district being reasonably uniform. Land use regulation is not restricted to controlling existing buildings and use. In large part is designated to the guide of future development. Municipalities commonly follow a planning process to ultimately result in comprehensive of a master plan, which I have reviewed for Granby as it is online on the town website. The master plan clearly shows the majority of residents want protection of open space and agricultural land, as quoted in Chapter 9, page 7. Survey results. The results of the master plan survey show that Granby citizens are concerned about open space and agricultural resources. The survey results indicate a clear mandate for the town to take more proactive role in matters pertaining to open space protection and agricultural resources protection and development. I understand and respect the view of the landowners, and I feel they should be able to lease their land as they desire and benefit, but only to the extent of zoning laws allow. Landowners cannot legally do whatever they want with their property. No one can. The fact that the zoning laws, the areas being considered now for the future large-scale ground-mounted solar panel industrial installations are zoned residential areas. This is a direct significant contrast to the purpose of the zoning law. By allowing these large-scale installations in residential areas, you are now allowing a large industrial use of land which is supposed to be for residential use, and land resulting in the following devaluation of homes and use of land.
Residential tax.
Residential tax collection in Granby is primary source of municipal funds. By devaluing the residential areas, not only to reduce the value of homes for current residents, but for permanently devalue and inhibit the attractiveness of all residential areas, which such bylaw provisions on books that would potentially allow solar farms to pop up all over Granby. According to the master plan, 35% of Granby is agricultural. The watershed analysts identify over 5,000 acres of naturalized land and sub-basin that is priority of the conservation to improve water quality. In addition, the analysts identify 635 acres of developed land for the forest restoration and 648 acres for stormwater management in order to mitigate the negative impacts of water quality on Bachelor Brook sub-basin, as well as there is 4,420 acres of natural heritage and endangered species program, biomap core habitat in Granby. What a potential significant and permanent loss by allowing these bylaws to be destroyed. The protection of current land use zoning laws provide for the residential, agricultural, and forest lands today for deforestation, pollution, and devaluing these large-scale industrial land use devastations. Those solar farms would bring to absolutely no benefit to the town, residents, or species of the land that this would be built on. So some of that, what I understand here is wants to change the zoning or it is. He doesn't feel that it should be zoned in residential, but
There's no other place to put it,
right,
where it makes sense for
we are right. In general business, we don't want them. We talked about this before. We don't want them to go up and down 202.
But as the Mass DOR and SMART program is encouraging canopy and rooftop solar as opposed to the ground mounted.
Yeah, well, that would make sense for Granby, just like cluster housing would make sense if we had utilities. If we had buildings, we could encourage to put those on. Or
Well, like
parking.
put it on the public safety complex.
No, that's not large scale, and you can do that anyway. They're talking about large scale over parking lots. So if you had Smith & Wesson
Smith
here
and Wesson.
in Granby,
Yeah.
then they would encourage putting it over already impervious.
Right, areas that have been
Areas.
developed.
But they're not talking just large scale. Canopy doesn't have to be just large scale.
Well, that's all we're looking at right now is large scale. The other stuff is allowed by right anyway,
But
if it's under 2.
these are, let me just look here before I do not use the proper wording. So this is all about large-scale ground-mounted photovoltaic installations. Maybe we need another bylaw to be added for like a medium size or something like that. A small bylaw, doesn't have to be, you know,
What is, I don't,
a separate bylaw. This one just addresses 40,000 square feet or more, correct?
Yeah.
Maybe we need something that would allow something in between that,
such as,
such as on rooftops, on,
well, it's already, that's already allowed.
It's
though.
bylaw,
That's already,
allowed, but not like on a CVS or on, I don't know if Cumberland's got a flat roof?
You couldn't put that much up there.
well, that would,
That's like a house.
yeah.
That's, I mean, those kind of, that's basically the same thing a house would have.
I don't know, I'm just saying that that's what they're pushing.
I know,
Instead
but-
of cutting down trees and there goes the greenhouse gas again, this is a way to,
But I don't think there's
Around.
anything stopping someone to come to the farms to put it on their roof.
they're its own business, so they can.
If it's on their house, it's on their property though.
No, its
No,
own
we
business.
control in the business district under site plan approvals, special permits, and site plan approvals. We have jurisdiction over what the facade looks like, roof slopes, that sort of thing.
Well, and to your point, Will, I think if we're gonna say, okay, we're allowed to go on like the safety center,
Mhm.
then I think CVS should have the same ability to do that.
Right, but that's,
I think they do, right?
No, according to Jim, they don't.
it's a different zone, it's business. Is a public safety complex in residential?
It used to be,
Or is it that little chunk?
used to be, now it's in the VC.
Did you go that far down? What? Village Center?
I think we went to Lyman Street
Okay.
with the Village Common. I think, I'd have to look at the map, but I think we went that.
I don't think
We were looking for.
solar's not allowed in the village common, I thought, it's just residential.
Excuse me, did you look at the house across from the old library?
Ah, but this goes back to my point.
Yeah,
It's on a house.
yeah.
So are you considering, it's not allowed to be there, except if it's on a house. So if you're allowing it to be put on the safety complex, which is in the village common area,
Mhm.
but it's not allowed to be there unless it's on a house.
No, it's, if it's not zone business right there, then it is allowed, right, Tim?
Pardon me?
If it's where the public safety complex is, if
Yeah.
it's not zone business there,
I thought
solar panels are allowed.
I thought solar's not allowed in the village common. It's just allowed residential. It's not allowed in the village common area.
Let me look.
If that's the case,
On residential it is.
Yeah, but we're talking public safety complex.
Yeah, that's,
I'm going back to the village common area. If that's the zoning, village common.
it's not allowed on resident, municipalities get a different,
I
They were
understand that,
exempt.
but
They-
I understand that, but I'm, to the point I'm making is that we're allowing the town to do it, but you wouldn't allow the business to do it. So they could offset their costs. of
Well-
electricity.
Well, that's different, because the town can do, it's a municipal, so it's,
we're not saying it's not allowed, but over the special permit process, we can say we don't want it facing 202, you gotta face, you know,
So it is allowed.
it's up to us on
It's based on a special permit. Okay.
that, we're not talking large scale, we're talking, large scale is not allowed in the business zone.
I'm just going back to, because what
No, it's
Lillian was talking about
It's allowed
CVS
in
and
the
stuff like
village.
that.
common. Has to be. It's across
On a
the street.
residential. it is.
Residential.
Well, it's on the library too, the new library. That's in the.
Who let that to happen? No, that is, because it's
Yeah.
residential. We're talking large scale's not
Yeah,
allowed
right,
in
right,
business
right.
or,
Yeah.
Right.
well, you wouldn't have
You wouldn't have
large
large
scale
scale.
in, that's why I'm saying.
Yeah.
You would need a separate bylaw for the
Yeah.
middle-sized ones or
I'm
whatever.
agreeing with that as far as.
Okay, because it won't fit into the ones that work, so that may be something we can work on farther down the road.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, I'm just kind of saying, like I was kind of pointing out as far as, where it's okay to have it on the safety center, but CVS, you know,
I think we
Well,
would
so
approve that if they came to us. I don't see why we would not allow it.
well,
But you were defining large-scale ground-mounted, so I guess if you would consider that an accessory structure, because your main use in the village center is a retail, or, you know, isn't allowed use, it would be part of the process, but I don't think it would provide the same impacts that something, you know, built into the ground would. On the roof, yeah, I mean, you might have some issues with what you see from, you could have it, you know, blocked off in some way, or, you know, painted in a way or whatever, but I don't think you would be treating that the same way as you're treating where you're allowing ground mounted.
Lily made a point, Jim had made a point where reality is, we don't have, there's nowhere in town so we could put a large scale solar panel array on top of a building.
On a structure.
On a structure, not on a building, on a structure, because as examples like Smith and Wesson, we don't have anything like that in Granby. But it may be down the road where CVS says they wanna cover their parking lot. They, you know,
In a site plan approval.
Yeah.
we really have several large businesses in Granby, and they're not really large, they're just,
Yeah.
Okay,
Compare
so
the
do you
other ones are
wanna,
large.
do you wanna go to, so 5.99.1C, where we added the term for inspection? You wanna add, the planning board, let me get.
So 1C is gonna be a new,
no, C's already there.
C, but we can add to that.
No, it's somewhere else, Lily, hang on. What was the other one, I read 3 years, 5 years?
no, C's not there yet, right?
No, I think she was, you wanted to discuss the authority of the planning board to
To,
allow for peer review. Is that
Right.
correct?
Oh, is that where you are? Oh, okay.
thank you. Add the planning board may,
Does that have to do with decommissioning? Is that what you're talking about? That's what came up, they wanted someone to look at it every few years. That's not that one, that's 5.99.
I think it's just a general clause where the planning board has the authority to hire at the applicant's expense any
At any time?
any engineering review related to the solar permit. Yeah, in the inspection section, I think you guys were going to add a line in regards to getting an update
provide updated decommissioning costs.
every time the inspection were to occur.
Right, so back to this one now, you had some lovely wording there, so. Planning board has the authority to, require or hire or
Alex, can you play that back, please?
employ.
There's
Just
Employ an
kidding.
outside review or peer review?
Yeah. Let's see.
An outside party to, at the applicant's expense,
At the applicant's expense.
to review
Don't we have that already though, as far as peer review?
You may have that in your general zoning,
Yeah, we already have it for peer review.
but sometimes you would have that. I don't know if,
We require them to get peer review, and it's,
Right.
and this is a list of peer review people that we have,
right,
so we already, that's already there.
I don't think it's listed as that such.
They're trying to be more specific just for the inspections.
I mean, if you want to rely on the other area of your zoning that you address peer review, and that could be applicable to your initial application, and then in the inspection section, address requiring or not requiring, but the planning board may consult with a peer reviewer at the applicant's expense, and then cite in the inspection section, not in the opening of the bylaw, if you wanted to do that.
I think we should add something like that in the bylaw, because we ran into that issue where that one, our authority way back in the end of the bylaws didn't include, technically, we wouldn't have been able to do anything with the solar bylaws, but it said specifically that the planning board has authority.
I'm fine with it being in there.
So if you,
I just know it's,
Right,
I just
it
wanna make
says
sure it
here,
works somewhere else, but.
for purposes of this
Yeah.
bylaw, special permit granting and site plan approval authority reports to the Granby Planning Board. So are we not adding this here, or what do you think?
I mean, you can add it there and say, for the purposes of the bylaws you suggested, for the purposes of
This bylaw?
this solar bylaw. That,
That says just this bylaw. The planning board,
may engage with an outside consultant at the applicant's expense per chapter 44, section 53G.
Some type of air cleaner or something.
per what?
Chapter 44, MGL chapter 44, section 53G,
Chapter 44,
section 53G.
53G.
Yeah.
Want me to read that back?
Yes, please.
This is what we're having. For the purposes of this bylaw, the planning board may engage with an outside consultant at the applicant's expense per Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53G. And we can add that to, it can even be an extra one right here, 599.1D.
Yeah, you can put it in the beginning, because that would be applicable to the entire bylaw, so then you wouldn't need to repeat it in the inspection section.
Yeah,
Because normally towns, when they add inspections, conditions regarding to inspections, conditions of approval regarding to ongoing inspections, they usually add that language, that it's at the applicant's expense. So you wouldn't need to repeat it under that section.
okay, and then under inspections, 5.99.11B, add the required inspections must occur 3 years, and then every 5 years. And where it says, the last sentence on that one, the required inspections must occur 3 years after a certificate of completion is issued, and then every 5 years until the project is decommissioned, and provide updated decommissioning costs. Can I add that?
Yeah, you can, I think that's appropriate, and you can also cite per the section that you have that addresses decommissioning.
which is.
In the bylaw, 5.99 point,
99.12A.
I would add that in.
or just 1, 2.
I would add,
Yeah,
we
one,
just
two.
kind of talked about beforehand, Lily.
Yeah.
Before the required inspections must occur. That should be like part of, the part before that, as it says, the solar photovoltaic installations after construction and operation, monitoring the project to ensure compliance within the terms of the permit approval and related site plan to include, but maybe not limited to,
Oh, okay, so you want to add it there?
that piece there. Yep. And after we get all this done, we'll make motions to.
So after the
Hang on a second before you do that. If you don't mind. Inspections, the board shall require periodic inspections of solar photovoltaic installations after construction and operation monitoring project to ensure compliance with the terms of the permit approval and related to the site, to site plan. The required inspections must occur it doesn't say who's doing these inspections.
right. So who's,
So,
That's
you
not
can-
before we talked about our building
It was you,
inspector,
Jim. You're doing
because
it.
he's the code enforcement officer.
I don't
yeah,
think
but
he's.
we can't tell him, we give him 50 of these. We don't, so this needs to be reworded somehow that, using the same timetable, the board will require, not periodic, that's a vague term, will require, we're gonna
Shall
require,
require, or?
So
Shall.
if I may, I'm just reading, so I knew where you were going with that. So I was looking at a set of conditions that a planning board recently approved, which
I
required,
knew what you were thinking.
Scares the heck out of me.
which required, routine inspections. They do it annually. But, it says the planning board or his or her appointed agent shall conduct periodic construction monitoring during the construction. The planning board may engage the assistance from an outside consultant, which shall be paid for with funds provided by the applicant through an escrow account managed by the town. So it's similar.
Similar, but that, we're not gonna be able to manage that. I'm telling you, we do not have, I shouldn't be speaking for the rest of, the town body, but we don't have the resources to be doing what we're doing right now.
So, but.
But that would require the applicant to put money up to hire
But
someone to do your
who's
inspection.
going to say, oh, it's time this one to get
That's
inspected?
true.
Who's gonna pull the trigger
That's
on
right.
this? We're putting,
It would be the record keeping of the board. I mean,
you up for it? This is a part-time board. We have a hard enough time keeping up with the hours we're putting in now with all these meetings. And I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense to put something in place that doesn't have a control factor in there that,
Well, let me ask you this, we've done all these special permits, not just solar projects, but all these others, and they have conditions. Who's following up on those?
yeah, but those, the code enforcement is responsible for following them up, but 99% of what we approve is one and done. We're asking for something to monitor the operation
over time.
over time. Because when we do a subdivision, it gets monitored, then it gets inspected, and then it gets approved by the town to take control of the street,
I think
to
that's,
maintain it.
I think then you can require that they, it's not explicit here.
why don't we put this back in the applicant? They
Right.
contact the
They,
town.
they have to.
Well, I agree with that, but how do we follow up on a,
So for instance, so they contact the town, we're coming up, our inspection is January 1st, 2021. or 2020. So maybe the planning board was the issuing governing body for the permit, so now they have it and they contact a firm.
So you're saying the planning board needs to
I
keep
think so.
track of that?
Well,
I don't know as anybody else would be able to.
right, and if we're requiring them to contact the board, it falls back on them to contact the
right.
board and inspection. And those inspections can be set when that, that particular time when, they're given their permit to start. Okay, from there out, here's your dates that you're required to report back to the board. If you don't, then you're at,
But there's that same question too. We would want somebody other than them to do the inspection.
No, they don't need to inspect. They need to contact the board saying, our inspection is due. You're putting it back on them. If they don't contact the board in writing, the requirement is you to contact the board in writing that your inspection, we're telling you that your inspection is due. When it's all said and done, if we know it's gonna be 3 years, 5 years,
So we should put that
we could set
in,
a time frame right at that point when the
in the
special
condition,
permit.
in the conditions, you're saying.
Right, so their permit's being issued, they can start, so after your completion, we notify that it's been completed, the building inspector has gone out, everything is okay. At that point, they notify the planning board, and then they're given the dates when they are to contact. I think there should be something in there, because we talked a lot about it before, and then we want to make sure that, there is some governing body over this, to just not give them 20 years and we'll see you later.
Right.
But that's still, yeah, it does leave it up to them, but we still need to follow
still
up
need
on
to-
our
right.
part.
But we also need to track it too, so we'll know that Johnny Jones, who was issued the permit, we're not gonna have 30 solar farms in Granby, I just don't see it.
So it wouldn't be a big deal, you're saying?
Right.
Big deal.
Right, so, so here's the list, so it's kept somewhere, maybe it's kept on records here for Kathy or whatever, someone over, not Kathy, whoever the town administrative assistant is at that point, they keep the records for us.
Yeah, and the requirement is that you have to file these with the registry, right? So you have that date, where presumably the planning board would know that the permit, based on its filing, is now legitimate and valid, that the applicant, because he or she filed, now is willing to work within the conditions that are set for that
And
approval.
as we talked about, this is a living, breathing type thing, and I know that there is there was budgeted for a planner for the town. So next year, maybe we update the bylaw now, if we have a planner at that time, that becomes the planner's responsibility.
And normally it would be.
Right,
Absent a
that's-
planner, it's the
right.
planning board's responsibility to
We can change that a year from
to
now.
record keep, to
Yep.
keep the record of the
Yeah.
board.
So we could,
So we're back to the wording again.
I'm working
the
on it.
inspections.
just working on it. He's almost there.
You can tell.
I'll just ask Ken.
Would the other solar fields be grandfathered, or are they gonna fall under this too?
TV
ones-
grandfather, you can't, I think, no,
Oh,
back
yeah.
after
They
that.
would be grandfathered, unless you placed similar conditions, which
Yeah.
would require that. I don't know,
We didn't.
Right.
That's how I was.
No, they would be,
Well, but any changes you make here apply to the ones that haven't already got their building permit.
Right.
So that would apply to Red Rock, because they haven't, I don't think they've got it.
Right, and Dickinson.
No, they're gonna get a building permit, yeah. It's good for, because it's,
Dickinson's, I think, might have gotten theirs. I see they're already starting
They're
to
doing
put
some
a
work
road
over
in
there.
off
Yeah.
of Morgan. And any, who else do we have? That was it.
that was it.
Anybody else coming forward?
and any changes would need to comply with the current zoning too.
Yeah.
So if they wanted to come back and said, you'll find, I don't want to say that you'll find, I hope you don't find that if this construction of solar starts occurring and then all of a sudden, they're operating on a different set of plans, how to address that. They're gonna have to comply with the set that,
So that's where the inspections would catch it.
Correct.
But if you're only doing it every 3 years, you're not gonna catch it till 3 years down the road, and they're gonna say, I've been doing this for 3 years, what's the problem?
Well, I mean, the inspections is really particular to, you know, the plantings and ensuring stormwater is
Yeah.
working correctly. And there's not anything that doesn't prohibit the board from saying, there's a lot of flooding that's happening, and you need to address this somehow. And call the applicant in. They
Because we'll
would be
probably get a
required.
complaint somewhere.
Right, and that's normally how the boards get involved with any sort of enforcement, is the complaint and how you address that.
But would that go to us, or would that go to,
Or go to the building inspector, who is the code enforcement officer, the complaint, where they go up, and you go up and take a look at it, you may reference, come back to the planning board
Right.
for more information on how.
For more information on how to
Yeah,
address
but
it.
he's the person that's gonna enforce it. You know, I think the 3 years or 5 years, kinda like I said, where someone had planted some bushes and they, you know, in their permit process, they said, yeah, 3 years, those bushes should be 7 feet high, and you go
Right.
out there, and none of them are even 5 feet high.
Right.
Then you kind of say, well,
You need to
Need to do
replant
something,
those,
right.
or, you know.
because that was part of the requirement and part of the condition, was that.
I think that these conditions, even though they say yearly, would give us a lot of information on how they're working, or not. Got it figured out?
I think so. Let me know when you're ready to hear it.
Go ahead, Jim.
The planning board shall require an inspection 3 years from certificate of completion and every 5 years thereafter. Inspection shall be initiated by the planning board and/or its designee, and all costs will be borne by
Yeah,
the applicant.
okay. You have to read that
Well,
again.
hang on a
Slow.
second.
Oh, wait a minute.
The reason I'm saying hang on a second, because the applicant could be different at that point.
The owner, you're saying?
The owner could be different than the applicant at that point. They could have, right, they could have sold it off or something.
What does it say there? That
I don't know, I stopped reading when Jim started talking.
distracted.
All right, well,
And I think you'd want to also include the discussion you had about the decommissioning.
Right, and that's in that particular slide there. Did you have the energy committee?
See, the only thing I don't like about this one here
Mhm.
is that they're the ones giving the report.
Who is?
Requirements of bylaw approval granted under, including not limited to community management and maintenance of vegetation. So whoever this is to, they need to provide an annual report saying that they're in
Which
compliance.
is part of the permitting.
But I mean, there's no independent person reviewing it. I own the company, I just give you, here, I'll submit your report. Yeah, the trees are doing fine, everything's growing the way it's supposed to grow.
So town,
They're saying here the owner or operator, so that's how they're getting,
okay, so replace applicant with owner or operator.
Yeah.
We're gonna wordsmith this legal terms for
shall submit,
But but it's being submitted, but I want it submitted by a third party, not by them.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can still require them to do
Yeah.
a yearly, but we can still do our 3-5.
Yeah. But if they're just gonna submit something, it's just based on their.
That's why I said that the planning board will initiate it. And we're gonna have to, if this is what this board wants to do, then we're gonna have to come up with a process, a consultant, or somebody that's gonna take control over it and do it.
Well, like I said, I mean, I think we can, and
And if it doesn't happen and that we fall behind on inspections, then at least there's something here and say, well, we didn't do it, but we
I know at our last time, there was a budgeted set aside for, approved for a town planner. So, in conjunction with something else, but that will, I mean, that's That's what's supposed to be
It's
help
down
us
the
out.
road, but in the meantime.
It's not down the road, the money's been approved, so
Yeah, well,
it's a matter whether it's,
Finding a
well, there's two
person.
things. There's a town planner plus another.
Conservation?
No, assistant for,
Kathy?
well, for that office.
Okay.
So those were approved.
But I
at the
thought
last-
the planner didn't work just with the planning.
No, he
board.
works for,
Conservation.
Conservation, maybe split the two.
Good luck.
But again, it's,
Okay, we're gonna bury him. Let's,
oh,
Okay, what do you got there?
let's get back to this. So the planning board shall require an inspection 3 years from certificate of completion and every 5 years thereafter. Inspection,
Completion, and every 5 years after,
correct.
thereafter, period? Okay, period, next.
Correct. Inspection shall be initiated by the planning board and/or its designee.
well,
All,
sorry, but you left out the part as far as until project is decommissioned. You don't want that in there.
okay, you can put that in there.
I was just asking if that was an original.
Okay,
Yes, I
so
would say that.
certificate in every 5 years thereafter until the project
Project is decommissioned.
is decommissioned. Okay, inspection shall be initiated by the planning board and/or its designee at the expense of the owner
Oh,
or operator?
Correct.
Of the large-scale ground-mounted solar, blah, 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 right? Because you're not saying owner operator of what?
Right. So responsible.
Borne by the owner,
Or
So-
operator
operator,
of the large-scale ground-mounted solar installation.
well, including an up-to-date decommissioning cost.
Want me to read that one back?
I got it.
Anybody else? You know what he just said?
No.
Do you care?
He knows what he said.
Go ahead, Lou.
Okay, the planning board shall require an inspection 3 years from certificate of completion and every 5 years thereafter until the project is decommissioned. Inspection shall be initiated by the planning board and/or its designee at the expense of the owner or operator of the large-scale ground-mounted solar installation. This doesn't belong here, it belongs earlier, including an up-to-date decommissioning cost. Inspecting, how about if we say inspection, including an up-to-date decommissioning cost?
There you go. Pop it in there. Cut and paste.
Shall be initiated by the planning board and/or its designee at the expense of the owner or operator of the large-scale ground-mounted solar installation. Ta-da.
Okay?
Sounds good.
Good.
You okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, that's
So-
5.99.
Should we be voting to put these new ones in?
Let's do them all
All
at
at
once.
once.
Let's get them all.
Okay, so we had 1B.
Hmm?
5.991D, at the very front page, we're adding, for the purposes of this bylaw, the planning board may engage with an outside consultant at the applicant's expense per MGL Chapter 44, Section 53G. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then, we bound along. 5.991C, here we were adding, oh, we don't need to do that there. Add that may employ an outside peer reviewer. at the applicant's expense. You've already said that.
You've
Yeah, but
already said that.
we're saying that for inspections, not just for.
Right.
So we're adding it in there for
In the
inspection.
very beginning.
It's not for inspections, that's for,
Right, in the very beginning of the bylaw, it's in the beginning, saying we can, just that, for the purpose of the bylaw, the planning board may engage with an outside consultant at the application's expense. We don't specify what for in that particular spot. The other one, under inspections, we do. Is that what you're saying? That was the big thing you just did.
what did you do before? Were you Ay, ay, ay.
Follow along.
We get 5.99.9D, 5.99.9E. What happened to A and B?
5.99.
Oh, you're reading those were the changes.
Okay, so it's not the whole thing, it's just the add-in, okay.
Correct.
All right, okay. All right. Thank you, Ben.
So you can add in there, Will, if you want, to clarify, for initial site plan approval, the consultant,
Where are you?
back to what you were just,
In the very beginning?
yes.
In the very beginning, for the purpose of this bylaw? You want to change that? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you said it's not describing what the peer reviewer can be used for, and I'm saying,
Right, an outside consultant. It was just saying in here, we can engage with an outside consultant if we need to. That's
for
the
the,
general.
for the, yeah, well, that would be for the purpose of the initial permit, site plan approval. If you want to call it out, but it's under the,
Yeah, because all it says in the beginning is who has site plan review authority, who has zoning enforcement authority, which is the building inspector, and then it says the term of the special permit. And then we were adding that we could hire a consultant if we need to. You don't want to put that there? Have I totally confused you?
what section are you talking about again?
Very beginning, first page. You have 5.991A, B, C. This would be D. For the purpose of this bylaw, the planning board may engage with an outside consultant at the applicant's expense per Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53G. So that's telling them up front, we may do it.
Yeah, I like it at the beginning of the bylaw.
And then we were going, let's see, our next change in there was under inspections, where we added your whole thing in there. Okay, so, but we skipped one along the way here. The distance requirements, what do you want to do with those?
Okay, so you're talking setbacks?
We're talking
wanna know
general
what it-
siting standards, 5.99.3D.
5.99 point,
Jim, it's on your first
It's.
page. Oh no, I'm reading another.
You know how you have the
Sorry.
chart here? It's on the next page. 5.99 down the bottom,
yeah?
distance requirements.
Yeah.
It just says the same thing, the chart.
Mine's at the top of the second page. It's actually the back of the first page. 5.99.3B, distance requirements.
Right.
5.99.3D, isn't it interesting? Well, it's right here. General siting standards.
I got it on the second page,
It is on
on the back of the first page.
Yeah.
Distance requirements, they say the same thing,
Yeah, it's the same
yeah.
bylaw.
Okay, these first two pages are the changes, okay?
Mhm.
Then after that, you go right into the bylaw where the changes fit in,
Okay. All right.
right?
That was the document that you gave to
Oh,
us.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense, Tom?
Yeah. Still 59,
So we can,
3B. Yeah.
I was doing this distance because it was highlighted to show the change, not the
Okay.
one in the very beginning.
Sure.
And this is the one where they're asking for 250. And this will change the chart if you change it.
Okay,
Right.
so we're gonna say something?
Well, we're waiting to see what the 250, right,
Well,
is gonna do to these.
So, 250 is excessive. We're not talking about, you know, the Midwest with 1,000 acres and you're looking for large setbacks. 250 for a 30 acre or a 20 acre solar, which is larger than anything we've looked at to date. A 250-foot setback is unreasonable, especially if it's backland where there's no abutters with houses within 250 feet from the property, their property line. So I think that's unreasonable. But what we've got here is, the planning board may require a greater setback along property lines where, in its judgment, the proposed facility is likely to negatively affect an existing or permitted land use of the abutter's property, the abutting property.
So that's how you're covering the abutter. If the abutter's not happy, then, and at the special permit, you can add that in. You
Correct.
can make it, you can increase it.
You could make it 400 feet if it was some sort of, you know, a steep slope, or you don't have to stick to the 50. The one thing I did, I think that's an easier way of doing it. It gives more discretion to the planning board. I know that some of the applicants don't feel that they're represented if it's not in black and white, but
Well, then you've got the other thing, if you're doing it differently for everyone, you have to be able to back that up.
that's right. And we have the ability to justify that, you know what, because of the slope, the grade, the vista of the house that it's affecting is different on every,
Because if they didn't like that, they would take the planning board to court on that, and we'd have to.
no, they could appeal it.
Yeah.
They have the right to appeal anything that we approve.
Mhm.
Either party,
Yes.
either any of the abutters.
Mhm. And there's the outside chance that the Attorney General might not let that sit in there too.
Well, it's got to get passed by town.
Yes, town council first.
Well, it's got to get passed by the town.
Town council and town.
And town meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel that the Attorney General's determinations are, the consistent language they use is that the town council should be,
Should review it.
yes.
Yeah, that's what they did.
I mean, that's consistent, and so there are towns that have passed bylaw with similar language, where they give discretion to the planning board, for, you know, any sort of waiver or, to address if it is more impactful, that the planning board can increase, you know, the distance requirement. Yeah, I mean, that, to, you know, to just state the point that that language has been used and been approved.
So we would just
by
have to
towns.
keep in mind that we would have to, the town attorney on a hotline. If
If
we're
we
going
went
through another
something
project like that.
To increase it, obviously not to 250, what if we went to 125 feet, which to include 30 feet of vegetation?
Or you could
You
go
could-
130 to include 30 feet of vegetation.
Oh,
and
you
stuff
could,
like
I-
that.
yeah.
150, yeah.
But see, that there again is, you're looking, you could be looking at a piece of property that it may affect, say the front, say it's a chunk of land it's backland, and the abutters, there's some abutters with frontage, they go back 300 feet, let's say, right? And then after that's where the other property begins, and maybe 100 feet is sufficient there. But then when you go all the way down the sidelines of the proposed, there's nothing on either side, and there's nothing in the back for acreage. Why would we, and it's all open property, why would we say, gotta maintain a 250, there's nothing there. 250-foot setback from the property line, but there's nothing there.
No, I'm not
We,
saying
we,
250
we
feet.
have to keep some discretion with the board. That's what the board's here for.
True.
It's
but,
not a building
um,
code where you go in there and you look at the building code and it applies. Life, safety, all that stuff applies. This,
Well, they're looking for, if I'm gonna live here, I don't want this thing within 250 feet of my house, basically is what they're saying.
No, saying of
Now
the
they're saying
property
the
line.
property
Yeah,
line,
well-
which gives them the view that they've always had, basically, plus some new trees or something. I mean,
let's say they've got a large lot and they've got 500 feet from their house to their back property line. And now these bylaws are requiring another 250 on top of that.
mhm.
For what purpose?
Follow the master plan to keep it as.
Why couldn't we say a certain amount
Yeah.
of feet from the property line, or a certain amount of feet from the dwelling?
No, we won't get into the dwelling. We already talked about that. That's just the harder, that's
Well,
more difficult to,
Say you got 3 houses in a row, they're not all lined up in a row, you're gonna have different.
so you really should go after property lines. That's what we do.
yeah.
Matter
Well-
of fact, they probably the IG would probably push back on that.
I mean, again, just to hear, I just want to show respect to the people that showed up.
I've got all the respect in the world for them.
Oh, I'm not-
The people that were here tonight, the majority of them were the ones that were having a solar farm near them.
Yeah.
And that's why it's all relative to them. And the one gentleman said he only had a 70-foot buffer off his property line.
Mhm.
And he didn't think that was enough.
Right.
Right, so I'm going back to, so the people that, and that, I tried to confuse who was here, I think there's 3 people that were from that area. Just, again, these are the people that are showing up to give their input to, and whether it's them or whether it's someone else, and that particular person was just referencing, gee, that happened to me, and I wouldn't want that to happen to somebody else.
But my point is, I hear them, but the change in the bylaw doesn't state it's a 50-foot requirement setback. It's saying at the judgment, the planning board's judgment may require a greater setback along property lines where, in the judgment, the proposed facility is likely to negatively affect an existing or permitted land use on the abutting property.
Just like, the only reason I like to have a solid number in there is because members of the planning board change, their perspectives change, their philosophies change, their views change, so, you know.
Well, that's why it's a 5-board,
So you're saying change the 100 feet? Is that the one you want to change?
I like I said, I mean, I don't know if it's excessive or not, but look at 125 feet to include 30 feet of vegetation. I kind of like that 30 feet of vegetation. as kind of like a buffer in between the solar and
You're
the,
talking 30 feet wide, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it could be anything, I guess. People can build, could plant wildflowers or whatever. At that point, so it's kind of.
No, because what we asked for, we asked for vegetation that's not deciduous. So ferns and things that keep foliage year-round to protect it, not anything that's,
No, but I know. But again, I go back to some of those.
So what's the math on, so someone's got an acre lot, go 250 off of that, right off the back lot, off the 1 acre lot?
and you've got nothing.
How much, so the 250 off the back property line off an acre lot, how much land is that out of another acre in the back?
It all depends on how
How wide it is.
how the acres, you know, you could have an acre
I'm
that's.
saying, is 250, is that gonna take out of that big chunk out of that 1 acre, or the 10 acre, or 30 acre? It will?
Go all the way around with 250, it's not gonna work. Now you're you're not at a large scale.
I don't know. I mean, it all depends on how it's set up, though. If you have, give an example too. So someone who has, take someone who has 10 acres of land. That 10 acres of land could go up to, 3,000 feet in one direction, 3,000 feet in another direction. So to 250 to the property line. And I'm not saying 250, that's not what I'm saying. I was saying more of 125 feet. I don't think that has much of a impact.
Off the back of the property, you're saying, not the front?
Back. We go all the way around.
So you're leaving
The front's-
100.
You can
Right
go-
now, we have 100 from the front property line and 50 from each side, and 50 from the rear.
Yeah, you can go up 100 feet from every direction to make it consistent.
I'd have to visually see marked off 100 feet as opposed.
That's what I'm trying to figure out in my head, yeah, how much does that take out of a?
It all depends on how the lot is
set up.
it's set
The
up.
lot frontage is 150 feet, so if you've got 120,
Jim, it's on your first
It's
8. Oh no, I'm reading another.
You know how you have the
Sorry.
chart here? It's on the next page. 5.99 down the bottom,
Yeah.
distance requirements.
Yeah.
It just says the same thing, the chart.
Mine's at the top of the second page. It's actually the back of the first page. 5.99.3B, distance requirements. Mine's on the-
Right.
5.99.3B, isn't that interesting?
Or is it somewhere else?
Well, it's right here. General sighting standards.
Well, I got it on the second page,
Maybe it's on the
on the
second
back of
page.
the first page.
Yeah.
Are we working with the same
Distance
document?
requirements, they say the same thing,
Yeah, it's the same
yeah.
bylaw.
Okay, these first 2 pages are the changes, okay?
Mhm.
Then after that, you go right into the bylaw where the changes fit in.
Okay. All right.
Right.
That was the document that you gave to everyone.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, does that make sense now?
Yeah. Still 5.9,
So we
and
can,
3B, yeah.
I was doing this distance because it was highlighted to show the change, not the
Okay.
one in the very beginning.
Sure.
And this is the one where they're asking for 250. And this will change the chart if we change it.
Okay,
Right.
so I'm, we're gonna say something.
Well, we're waiting to see what the 250, right,
Well,
is gonna do to these.
so 250 is excessive. We're not talking about, you know, the Midwest with 1,000 acres and you're looking for large setbacks. 250 for a 30 acre or a 20 acre solar, which is larger than anything we've looked at to date. A 250-foot setback is unreasonable, especially if it's backland, where there's no abutters with houses within 250 feet from the property, their property line. So I think that's unreasonable. But what we've got here is, the planning board may require a greater setback along property lines where, in its judgment, the proposed facility is likely to negatively affect an existing or permitted land use of the abutter's property, the abutting property.
So that's how you're covering the abutter. If the abutter's not happy, then, and at the special permit, you can add that in. You
Correct.
can make it, you can increase it.
You could make it 400 feet if it was some sort of, you know, a steep slope, or you don't have to stick to the 50. The one thing I think that's an easier way of doing it. It gives more discretion to the planning board. I know that some of the applicants don't feel that they're represented if it's not in black and white, but
Well, then you've got the other thing, if it's, if you're doing it differently for everyone, you have to be able to back that up.
that's right. And we have the ability to justify that, you know what, because of the slope, the grade, the vista of the house that it's affecting is different on every.
Because if they didn't like that, they would take the planning board to court on that, and we'd have to.
No, they could appeal it.
Yeah.
They have the right to appeal anything that we approve.
Mhm.
Either party,
Yes.
either any of the abutters.
Mhm. And there's the outside chance that the Attorney General might not let that sit in there too.
Well, it's got to get passed by town.
Yes, town council first.
Well, it's got to get passed by the town.
Town council and town.
At town meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel that the Attorney General's determinations are, the consistent language they use is that the town council should be,
Should review it.
yes.
Yeah, that's what they do.
I mean, that's consistent. And so there are towns that have passed bylaw with similar language where they give discretion to the planning board for, you know, any sort of waiver or to address if it is more impactful that the planning board can increase, you know, the distance requirement. Yeah, I mean, that to you know, to just state the point that that language has been used and been approved.
So we would just
by
have to
towns.
keep in mind that we would have to keep the town attorney on a hotline if we're going through another project like that.
To increase it, obviously not to 250, what if we went to 125 feet, which to include 30 feet of vegetation?
Or you could go 130 to include 30 feet of vegetation.
Oh,
and
you
just
could,
look at
I
the
could-
town.
150, yeah.
But see, that there again is, you could be looking at a piece of property that it may affect, say the front, say it's a chunk of land that's backland, and the abutters, there's some abutters with frontage, they go back 300 feet, let's say, right? And then after that's where the other property begins, and maybe 100 feet is sufficient there. But then when you go all the way down the sidelines of the proposed, there's nothing on either side, and there's nothing in the back for acreage. Why would we, and it's all open property, why would we say, gotta maintain a 250, there's nothing there. 250-foot setback from the property line, but there's nothing there.
No, I'm not
We,
saying
we,
250
we
feet.
have to keep some discretion with the board. That's what the board's here for.
True.
It's
but,
not a building
um,
code where you go in there and you look at the building code and it applies. Life, safety, all that stuff applies. This,
Well, they're looking for, if I'm gonna live here, I don't want this thing within 250 feet of my house, basically is what they're saying.
No, saying of the
Now
the
they're saying
property
the
line.
property line.
Yeah, well-
Which gives them the view that they've always had, basically, plus some new trees or something. I mean,
let's say they've got a large lot and they've got 500 feet from their house to their back property line. And now these bylaws are requiring another 250 on top of that.
mhm.
For what purpose?
Follow the master plan to keep it as.
Why couldn't we stay a certain amount
Yeah.
of feet from the property line, or a certain amount of feet from the dwelling?
No, we won't get into the dwelling. We already talked about that. That's just the harder,
Well,
that's more difficult to,
Say you got 3 houses in a row, they're not all lined up in a row, you're gonna have different.
so you really should go after property lines. That's what we,
yeah.
matter
Well-
of fact, they probably push, the IG would probably push back on that.
I mean, again, just to hear, I just want to show respect to the people that showed up.
I've got all the respect in the world for them.
Oh, I'm not,
The people that were here tonight, the majority of them were the ones that were or having a solar farm near them.
Yeah.
And that's why it's all relative to them. And the one gentleman said he only had a 70-foot buffer off his property line.
Mhm.
And he didn't think that was enough.
Right.
right, so going back to, so the people that, and that, I tried to confuse who was here, I think there's 3 people that were from that area. Just, again, these are the people that are showing up to give their input to, and whether it's them or whether it's someone else, and that particular person was just referencing, gee, that happened to me, and I wouldn't want that to happen to somebody else.
But my point is, I hear them, but the change in the bylaw doesn't state it's a 50-foot requirement setback. It's saying at the judgment, the planning board's judgment may require a greater setback along property lines where, in the judgment, the proposed facility is likely to negatively affect an existing or permitted land use on the abutting property.
Just like, the only reason I like to have a solid number in there is because members of the planning board change, their perspectives change, their philosophies change, their views change, so, you know.
Well, that's why it's a 5-board, you know.
And so you're saying change the 100 feet? Is that the one you want to change?
Like I said, I mean, I don't know if it's excessive or not, but look at 125 feet to include 30 feet of vegetation. I kind of like that 30 feet of vegetation as kind of like a buffer in between the solar and
You're
the,
talking 30 feet wide, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it could be anything, I guess. People can could plant wildflowers or whatever. At that point, so it's kind of.
No, because what we asked for, we asked for vegetation that's not deciduous. So ferns and things that keep foliage year-round to protect it, not anything that's,
No, but I know. But again, I go back to some of those.
What's the math on, so someone's got an acre lot, go 250 off of that, right off the back lot, off the 1 acre lot?
and you've got nothing.
How much, so the 250 off the back property line off an acre lot, how much land is that out of another acre in the back?
It all depends on how
How wide it is.
how the acres, you know, you could
Right.
have an acre
I'm
that's.
saying, is 250, is that gonna take out of that big chunk out of that 1 acre, or
It
the
won't.
10 acre, 30 acre? It will?
Go all the way around to 250, it's not gonna work. Now you're at you're not at a large scale.
I don't know, well, I mean, it all depends on how it's set up, though. If you have, give an example too. So someone who has, take someone who has 10 acres of land. That 10 acres of land could go up to, 3,000 feet in one direction, 3,000 feet in another direction. So to 250, to the property line. And I'm not saying 250, that's not what I'm saying. I was saying more of 125 feet. I don't think that has much of a impact.
Off the back of the property, you're saying, not the front?
Back. We go all the way around.
So you're leaving
The front's-
100.
You can
Right
go-
now, we have 100 from the front property line and 50 from each side, and 50 from the rear.
Yeah, you can go 100 feet from every direction to make it
I'd
consistent.
have to visually see marked off 100 feet as opposed.
That's what I'm trying to figure out in my head, yeah, how much does that take out of a,
It all depends on how the lot is
set up,
set
The
up.
lot frontage is 150 feet, so if you've got 100,
It's really right up against the,
Property line? The rear property line, or?
No,
You
it's
can't
usually-
really say the rear property line if
no,
it's next to it on
it's
the
usually up
side.
against where their solar panels are. It's where they usually are, so it's gotta be a
Well,
certain
they have-
distance.
Yeah, it has to be a certain distance from the panels. That I think is Mass General Law.
All right, so what's the requirement in Mass General law?
Well, they would want to ensure that they get the maximum exposure, so they'll cut the trees to where, presumably,
So we could say within 10 feet from the solar array.
that causes shading.
This one
yeah,
says,
they
and
they
this
would, they
wording
would
is
probably
from,
push back
oh,
on the
that's
requirement
from Northampton.
of distance between your shade, or where you would start that tree line to where your arrays are placed. But if you're,
Push your array back down 10 feet.
That's what I'm saying, when you say 100-foot setback, then the 30-foot buffer doesn't work. The 30-foot buffer has to be within whatever setbacks you want, so that it's.
Yeah, presumably the 30-foot of coverage that would be vegetated would probably be closer. There would be an understanding that they couldn't cut 30 feet of tree within, if they were measuring from the property line to the array. So they would find probably closer to the other property owner, the 30 feet there, and then allow for,
That's right.
the maximum area so that it wouldn't impede on the collection of the sun.
Well,
I don't know if you, in regards to
Well, I guess one thing I look at, not to keep on dragging this out, because we've almost been here 4 hours now. We're taking the 50 feet and we're doubling it, and I think that's reasonable. We just took our recommendation of 50 feet and we doubled it to 100 feet.
But we have to say to include a 30-foot screen.
Well,
buffer?
we didn't say it before.
Okay, but
So-
I know we don't, but
I believe you have screening
there is,
not in the bylaw, so then it would revert to the other section of the zoning. If you have screening addressed as a buffer between the different types of uses.
I don't know as we do have that. We probably have something like that in the fences or something.
You do have performance standards for industrial and residential uses, of which there's a section on screening and buffer zones. It doesn't give a specific distance. It says exposed storage areas, exposed machinery installation, sand and gravel extraction operations areas. It doesn't necessarily address solar. It just says to provide a visual buffer sufficient to minimize their adverse visual impact on surrounding properties. All such plantings shall be maintained as an effective visual screen.
That's effective. I think we would need to spell it out in the solar anyway. I mean, that's one of the big things that people complain about.
Well, we're doing a lot of,
So what if we did it within the first
if you.
30 feet?
And I don't know what the hell time it is, but I'm gonna give this till 9 o'clock and then I'm out of here. All solar photovoltaic installations shall have a minimum distance of 100 feet from the front property line, 50 feet from each side property line, and 50 feet from the rear property line. Okay?
That's what it says now.
That's what it says now. No tree shall be removed outside the limit of the work boundary.
Which means nothing to me. What is the work boundary?
So that's within the setbacks.
The work boundary is,
Outside.
It would be within the setbacks, because if the applicant is not allowed to disrupt 100 feet into every area, then presumably whatever is there as existing vegetation couldn't be disrupted. So you, presumably, if you're cutting lots of trees, the 100-foot buffer would be filled with trees.
On the front property line.
Correct.
On the,
And
the
50
the side and rears would be the 50-foot tree line, then 30 feet of buffer, and then probably another 50 or 60 feet to the solar.
Right. and I
Because
think-
they have to maintain, for shading purposes.
And
So
that's-
when we take numbers randomly, if you take a 250-foot setback, whether, okay, say the setback includes the buffer, so that means it's only really a 220-foot setback. The other 30 feet, you can clear cut that, then the other 30 feet is buffer, right? We all on the same page? And then you're gonna need another 60 to whatever, depending on what type of forestry is around it.
That's.
So now you're talking, before you can put a solar panel, you've got like 300 plus feet to the property line.
Well, if that's the case, and using your math, Jim, then no one can have a solar farm.
That's why I'm saying, you're grabbing numbers, and people are throwing numbers out. By saying a 250 feet, you gotta add another 100 to that.
But no one on the board's saying that, I mean,
Well, you said 100 feet, so 100 feet, you still have to add, whatever setback you choose, you have to add approximately another 100 feet to that before you can start your panels.
why?
Because you've got vegetation that's sitting
Not
up.
if it's an open lot like Dickinson's.
Well, too bad, you already made the setback, so it's a blanket setback everywhere.
Right, so, well, that's what I'm saying, so 100, like, I'm going back to where I said 100 feet. 100 feet works, it may sound extreme to people that have, it's a wooden lot, and you're cutting all the trees down, but someone who lives around Dickinson Farms, that 100 feet makes a difference. That 50 feet makes a difference if it's off their property line. Now, it's additional 50 feet that they're not looking at solar panels. That's the only point I'm making. When it comes to an open land, and, I don't, that's the only part I see with that. When it comes down to cutting down trees, that might be something a little different, but.
Again, that's why right here, it gives us the discretion to determine based on the proposed project.
Well, again, my
And-
recommendation is
and
100
to-
feet. We bring it to the town, let the town decide. If someone wants to amend it, thinks it's too much, let them decide. I don't,
Well, if it's too little, let them amend it to go up with it. But you've got to understand that rather than just picking numbers, you got to understand what it means to
I do understand. what it
So,
is.
no, you don't, because if you did, I just explained, what was it? 13 acres
At 250 feet.
at 250 feet, but you have to add to that. You have to add another 100 feet to that.
I'm saying 150 feet, 100 feet, which isn't even half of that. And it's talking
No,
about.
because 150 feet, you got to add another 100. No matter what you choose for a setback, you have to add approximately another 100 feet to it.
And that's because,
Because you have to put the buffer in. The buffer's got to grow tall enough and thick enough to screen, right?
right?
And in order to, these units only sit 4 or 5 feet off the ground, right? So they have to sit back far enough to be able to catch, so there's no shadowing,
Although
different parts of the day.
rotating ones,
Well, they don't rotate, they
track.
they just move a little bit, they just tilt a little bit,
oh.
that's all.
they don't-
They're not, it's not like a globe or anything, where they, so.
They track the sunlight, they move with whether it's turning or turning, so they get a maximum sunlight.
And again, if it's on the northerly side, maybe the 250-foot setback is fine. They're not concerned about shadowing on the northerly side. The southerly side, you'd want less of a setback, and maybe in some cases.
So what do we want to do? Do we want to leave it the way it is right now, or do we want to do 100, 100, 100?
I'm gonna go with 100, 100, 100. 100.
And you have to explain it out in here then, better. What's in the, is the 100-foot setback, no work can be done in the 100-foot setback, right?
Right.
So the screening has to start at 30, at the 100-foot.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they can start putting the trees up 100 feet.
So we can say a
That's where
buffer
they would
of 30
Yeah,
feet
install them.
The further they go in, the more land they lose.
would begin after the 100 feet per foot line. After the 100 feet. Does that make sense? A buffer of 30 feet would begin after the 100?
Well, no, because I'm not saying it
No, so
doesn't.
that'd be a buffer of 130 feet, you know what I mean, or a setback of,
You're-
basically.
That's right.
That's,
So doesn't
that's
it-
specific to forested area, I think. If
Oh,
you're
that's true,
looking at
right.
open, like if it's just clear, they would need to demonstrate that they're 100 feet,
That's,
you know,
I'm
from, and then you would require
We
the
have
screening.
we have two different areas, unless we make a different requirement for open, either lot or wooded area.
That's why I'm saying, it says no work may be, the limit of work to the boundary is the setback. So you can't do any work there, so the buffer has to go inside the 100-foot. So now you're talking 130-foot setback. Then there'll be another 50, 60, who knows, depending on to where the first panel can go. Even if it's in an open field, the type of screening, arborvitaes, and the type of plantings that we're requesting grow 20, 30 feet. Well, maybe not quite 30, but at least 25. So in order to eliminate shading, you've got to kick those panels in even further.
And that's, the first year,
I
before,
hear it.
by the
Yeah, I
time
do,
something gets
but-
up to 20 feet, that's probably to 12 to 13 years by the time together, so.
So when you say a 50-foot setback, and then you add the 30 to that, and then another 50 or 60 to that, you're at the 200-foot setback for the actual panel, not for the limit of work.
I still like the 100, but,
Follow what I'm saying?
I
100
follow what you're
turns
saying,
into-
yeah, but-
100 actually turns into 250 feet to where the panel can actually
Right,
go.
I get that. But I'm just looking out more for the homeowners.
But that's a wooden lot.
No, it's in an open field, that's what you're gonna need to do. You're saying no work can be done within the boundary. The boundary is the 100 foot.
100 feet from the property line.
That's right. So now you, whether it's wooded or field, you're gonna plant your screening.
At the
That's-
100 foot,
What's that?
at the 100 foot mark.
At the 100 foot mark
Mhm.
in. So you got so now you're at 130 feet,
Yeah.
right?
No, we're at 100 feet.
No work can be done within the boundary, it states. So the boundary's within the 100 feet.
Right.
So you can't disturb anything within 100 feet of a property line.
So here's the property line. Here's the 150 feet. I can't start putting my row of trees right here? At the 100 foot mark?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
That's not within the 100 feet, though. It's
right, it's
Outside.
outside of it.
it's outside the 100 feet.
Yeah,
I never
which is
said
above
what's
it,
inside.
above it. A buffer.
So now the setback becomes 130.
That's if you're saying that it's got, from the tree line,
No, from the actual structure, the minimum, from the structure of the panels. A 100-foot setback basically gives you a 250-foot setback to the panels on average, I would say.
So are you saying the 30-foot buffer would begin after the 100 feet?
Yeah, because it states you can't do any work within the boundary, and the boundary is the 100-foot buffer,
but what states that? Our bylaw or?
right here.
The proposed bylaw,
But we can change that though.
I guess, I mean, if you were to say though, that you wouldn't,
5 minutes.
that work is specific to, the installation of solar arrays, you could plant trees. I don't think that's specific to the installation of solar arrays. I don't know. Because I think you're trying to address
I'm trying to address
the
those.
distance of buffer between the property line and where the solar
So what's
arrays
the
begin.
requirement as far as the bylaw, as far as the structure being from someone's property line?
Right now?
You don't have any.
So if I
It
want,
just falls
It
under
just
the
falls under the
structures
setbacks.
Other than dwellings, right?
Correct. Which doesn't address screening.
No.
And, I mean, your bylaw doesn't address screening.
I mean, someone builds,
Right.
someone plants the 4-foot trees.
We're looking at
By the time they
30
get to be 20 feet,
screening.
it's almost,
Where'd that come
it's
from?
18, 20 years.
Yeah.
I know
from that
my
is-
neighbor
okay.
planted them, and now
I
it's
think
about
it's
15 years, and they
excessive for
finally
fruits
reached that 18-foot mark now.
Yeah.
So it
That's
takes a
30
while for those trees to grow.
30 feet was just a recommendation from, right, the town member tonight?
I didn't want
No,
30
no.
feet. I want 100 feet from the property line
I do
to
too.
that point. So if they want to start
To what-
put the solar panel on that 100-foot mark, let them go right ahead. There's nothing stopping them from doing it.
okay. So then, using this language, the 50-foot setback gives you that plus to the first panel. 50 feet, no work can be done within the 50 feet. 30 feet for screening if you choose to use 30 feet.
On every occasion, whether it's an open field or, so, what you're saying, Jim, so with the way it reads now, 50 feet, whether it's an open field or a wooden lot, what's the distance, the minimum distance that first solar panel would be from someone's house?
We don't know
From the
that.
property line?
We don't know that.
We don't know it exactly, but I'm guessing on average, so the 50 feet plus if you use the 30-foot buffer, you're talking at least another 50 feet before the first solar. So you're talking 130 feet.
Because if we're gonna stick with the 50 feet, I wanna be able to explain to people at the town meeting that 50 feet, when it's all said and done, it's actually 130 feet,
To
120
the
feet
first panel.
to the first panel. Versus if we just said 100 feet from the property line, and that's it, then that's actually less than what the 50 feet would be.
You try and explain that one.
Well,
At a
that's-
town meeting.
Yeah,
But that's the point I'm making, so I want people to understand what is being said, and
you don't have,
I kinda know
you're
some
not
of the
doing any
stuff,
screening, you're
and
not
I'm-
talking about any
right.
screening in that.
Right, so that's, because if you start to talk about the screening, you get up to the 150, 160 feet, and that's not what I was looking for. I was trying to get to so we're not at a, you know,
But the homeowner doesn't want, I'm looking at my house, and right now I can see to here, you're gonna back this, you know, you're gonna change, I guess you're not gonna change the property line, but all of a sudden what I see here is, I got 2 feet and then solar panels.
well, no, not according to the way Jim just explained it. It's 50 feet plus 30 feet,
A buffer.
it's 50 feet of buffer
No, 50 feet from the property
from the
line,
property line,
and then 30 feet of buffer.
that's 80.
That's 80. That's not your 100.
And then the panel can't go any, I can't see
Panel
those.
can't go close up. When they figure it out, where, you know, how many panels and all
Probably
this other
talking
stuff, they look at the tallest tree that's in that whole area.
Right.
And they figure out how many they can fit in there that won't be shaded by that tallest tree. Never mind all the other ones that
And
are
they'll probably
planted.
clip the tree. They're not going to cut it
Some
down
cases, yeah.
completely.
Yeah, right, so it's some of the,
So we'll get some.
And it depends on which angle it's, that's why I always like the verbiage here. It gives you the discretion to say, nope, we want more of a buffer over here. It depends on which way the panels are sighted on.
so really, we're at truly 80 feet, not 130 feet. It could be 130 feet. But it's really not, because if it's a open field, then there's no reason to worry about any type of shading, because if I put my 4-foot, 5-foot trees up, and my panel is
Right.
4 feet off the ground, that's not gonna make a difference for, it could 10 years before it really impacts that panel enough to say something.
So in Eric Weasel's case, I don't recall, did he ask for a greater distance? He
Yeah,
ended up with the minimum, right?
No,
Or did we
he
give him more? He said he ended up with 70
So I
feet.
think we gave him, I think it was more off the property line,
Did
because
we give him
he
more?
had trees in the back there, I don't remember the whole entire
Right.
thing, but.
I mean, he wasn't happy with what he got, is what it sounds like. I mean,
yeah, if that project went through,
if it went through, right.
yeah.
He was, right. I'm not sure if we granted him more or less, or he
I
had to
don't-
be,
I don't-
he was
I
just
don't
stuck
think we
with
did.
what.
And he was the one that was asking for the 250.
Right. I was just curious, yeah.
I'm gonna make a
So-
recommendation that we table this for the evening.
Do you want to meet again on Monday, or that was our alternative one? To continue this?
Next Monday.
Why wouldn't I have a meeting next Monday?
28? Did you? Do you?
I think why I wouldn't. Just, is it 5 Mondays in September, is that what happened?
1, 2,
Exhausted.
3, yep,
Eating this over and over.
5 Mondays.
Yes, we can do that.
It'd be the 30th, actually.
Right, that's fine.
You want to do that?
Yeah,
What's that?
Continue to the 30th? Our discussion?
Yes. And then, you know,
There's, yeah,
whether you're here or we, you know, give Bob some input too.
yeah,
what do you, what do you, so we need a minimum of what, three members to pass this, or if we are to vote on
Yeah,
this amendment, yeah,
Yeah.
3?
yeah, let's just try to.
just a regular.
All right, so, it's, whatever.
Continue discussion.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm fine with that, but the fact is, when you say the 100 feet, you're adding
No, I
additional.
I hear you.
And
Because you're not-
I'm just thinking more of the property owners, I could care less about these
5:30 PM.
solar,
Well, remember though, the solar companies are the property owners.
No,
Yeah,
not
but that's just the
necessarily.
need of- that's just one
That's not a
person.
true statement. It could be the landowner, a farmer here in town that's leasing the
No,
property.
that's the point I'm making though. It's the property owner in Granby.
Right.
They're still property owners.
They're residents as well.
Right,
Right, and they get
we're
a,
impacting them too, so that's the kind of
Right.
point I was making before. Everybody's a property owner. It's how do you come up with a fair solution so everybody's, I guess, happy, but. I mean, going off what you kind of said, Jim, I can even go down to 75 feet, which where I was at our last meeting. I was at 75 feet with the 30-foot buffer zone, so that puts you up to 100 feet.
So to be continued, but before Jim runs away, we need to vote on the veterans sign.
To continue
Because-
it?
Yeah, they asked to, you've got it there
Yeah,
somewhere.
I read it. They want to continue it. They want to.
And Rob is abstaining, right?
standing.
So.
I just wanna,
The Friends of Granby Veterans respectfully request an extension of the sign announcing future location of the Granby Veterans Memorial located at 257 State Street with anticipated groundbreaking ceremony to occur on November 11, 2019, and construction to start in late fall or early spring of 2020. At this time, we'd like to request an extension to April 1st, 2020. I'll make a motion that we grant the
Can
Granby
you do that?
Veterans. Can I make a motion? I guess, well, Jim would have to call.
Okay, so this is just an extension for the existing sign.
Yes, and they're looking to extend it out to April 1st, 2020.
I'll make a motion to extend the permit for that temporary sign.
And I'll second.
Is there any discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Is anybody opposed?
abstain, no.
One abstain.
Okay.
Am I going back to them with the October, what's the date that
Wow.
they can come back with the
We should actually
plans?
We said the 15th, but we're going to verify that because we're going to double check to make sure you don't
Send
need
them a
a
letter. Telling us they
special
extend
permit.
it.
Okay.
Yes, now that was a permit, wasn't it? Or was it just a letter? That had to be a special permit.
For the
If there
sign.
was a butter notification,
Yeah.
I mean, unless your bylaw suggests that all site plan approvals need a butter notification, which sometimes they do.
Well, we did, this is extending the special permit, so that was the other question. Do we need a public hearing for that?
If originally it was,
Yeah,
If originally it was a special permit that you granted and they're amending it, presumably it would be in,
a public hearing to,
unless there was a minor field it depends on if the board would consider it substantial to require a public hearing.
why don't we just, we gotta go back and.
I don't believe we need it.
No.
I think the board has the,
because it's not a big change.
it's not a change.
Right.
It's not just
We-
requesting to keep it longer.
It's
6
just.
months, 9 months.
It's just a small
Let
extension.
me, yeah, and I'll look into what we did the last time, how we
Yeah.
notified them, and then I'll,
Yeah, I mean, notification isn't necessary if you're not reopening the public hearing. It's a courtesy, obviously,
well, how else would they know?
that it's extended
Yeah,
Well,
through
again,
a regular, if the planning board were to act like they did tonight.
we're the granting authority. It's not a there's no change other than the limit of time. They've asked for an extension. We do that with subdivisions, we can do that
I
without.
think we already gave them one extension anyway,
Yes.
so I want to see how that one was handled,
Go ahead.
and then we'll do the same thing.
Yes.
Okay? Does that work for everybody? Okay,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
second. And we won't know until.
You didn't even ask for the second, you got it. Now all you need now is a vote.
We're quick
All in
enough.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.